Florida is having an FAFO moment to the tune of $218 million. That is the amount of money that Florida spent to renovate a remote airport training facility into Alligator Alcatraz. Last week, a judge ruled that Alligator Alcatraz needed to be shut down, not because of human rights violations, which we know are happening, but because of environmental impact. Indigenous people groups are celebrating as they shared that this was sacred land and it was destroying wetlands. Florida built this facility on their own dime, hoping that FEMA would reimburse them later down the road. But now that the facility is being shut down, they may be out all of this money. They also are going to have to spend between $15 and $20 million to tear it down. This is all happening when Florida is experiencing a huge budget crisis across the state, along with a real estate crisis. Insurance companies are leaving the state in droves as the climate crisis continues.
Are avoiding Florida like it has emotional herpes. Florida tourism is down, beach businesses are dying, and the people are somehow surprised about it. Come to Florida, where the sun burns your skin and the governor burns your identity. It's so politically toxic that even the alligators are switching parties.
So all the illegal immigrants have been hunted by ICE agents all through Florida, and Florida construction, what a shocker, at a standstill. That's right, because while all the illegal immigrants have either been detained by ICE or are hiding because they don't want to even deal with ICE at all, shocker enough, American citizens haven't rushed to take those jobs. That's right, because even though the American citizens have all claimed that illegal immigrants are stealing jobs from Americans, none of them have actually gone out to do those jobs that the immigrants aren't doing anymore. So construction, surprise, sitting at a standstill. You've got vacancies and job openings all over, but yet nobody wants them. Why? Because immigrants of this country were doing jobs that Americans didn't want to do. If I'm wrong, leave a comment. If you agree with me, repost this and share it with more people.
Looks like some Florida beach community businesses are struggling with a lack of summer tourism. And it looks like they can't seem to figure out why.
For us either. I don't know if it's the hurricane, the economy, a mix of the two, but we've definitely been... everybody around here that I spoke to has been down about 30%.
But, I have a couple of ideas as to why this is possibly happening. I'm gonna venture a guess and say that it has something to do that happened back in November of 2024. I mean, our Canadian neighbors from the north are cutting back on traveling to the US. And even other international visitors are cutting back on traveling to the US because of political tensions. And it looks like spending from international visitors is looking to drop by $8.5 billion this year, as estimates show. Also, people have less disposable income because of rising cost of food, as well as bills and everything else.
Florida has over 2 million empty homes, yet it's still one of the most unaffordable places to live. Let's make this make some sense. So let's break this down. There are over 2 million homes in Florida that are sitting unused, unoccupied. And yet the state is in a full-blown housing crisis. People can't find affordable housing. Houses just keeps going up like Beyonce's ticket prices. And the kicker? Insurance companies are raising premiums like it's a new hurricane every week, and it's nothing even going on right now. Yeah, we've had no new hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico. In the Gulf of America, we've had nothing. So my question is, who is actually really benefiting in Florida from keeping those homes empty? Because somebody has to be benefiting from that. So they keep the homes empty and the rates high. Then who's really winning in that situation? Really? What's your thought? Why do you think they have so many homes sitting vacant in Florida, and why their insurance rates are sky high? What do you think is really going on?
If illegal immigrants, undocumented, unregistered illegal immigrants in the state of Florida were stealing U.S. jobs, and that the only reason why U.S. citizens couldn't get a job anymore is because of all these illegal immigrants that are criminals, why is it that a month later, after one of the biggest raids on construction sites in Florida happened, why is it most of those jobs are still vacant? Why is it that a bunch of U.S. citizens didn't run to start taking on all of those jobs that now became free because all of the illegal immigrants that are supposedly criminals are detained or have been deported out of the state and the country? I'm just wondering. I mean, I don't want to apply logic and reason when it seems to be in scarce supply here. But what I know is that apparently this administration and this governor of Florida has preached this whole big narrative that we need to get rid of the illegal immigrants because they're criminals. But yet the stats that are coming back now show that less than 30% of the immigrants that were detained or in detainment right now at ICE facilities or have been deported out of the country don't even have a criminal record. So you're detaining people on the pretenses they might cause a crime. That's fine because we've got an actual felon in the White House, but yet nobody has a problem with that.
So apparently Florida is in desperate need of construction workers. Imagine that. Yeah. So in the construction industry, they're having a hard time contracting workers. And these extreme temperatures that nobody wants to work in, they're having a hard time finding any gringo workers. But you all were out here complaining, hollering, deport, 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 and they're taking our jobs. And imagine a situation wherein Florida needs construction workers. Hello? Wake up, America. Where's our workers at? Where's these people that are needing all of these jobs? Because apparently there's some openings and there's not a wait list. Might want to go and apply.
Florida beaches are empty because racism don't pay the bills. Now those beaches and businesses are empty in Florida, and the business owners are scratching their head. They're like, I don't understand what's happening and why this is going on. This is what happens when you build your entire platform on bigotry and fear. When you spend years attacking immigrants, the very people who visit your state, spend money in your hotels, eat at your restaurants, buy your tacky ass beach towels. Don't act shocked when they stop showing up. And understand, it's not just tourists who aren't coming to Florida. When you squeeze the working class like a lemon, there is no juice left for joy. You think people got beach money right now? People can't even afford to go outside. And all those Trump tariffs, those weren't on corporations. Those were Trump taxes on us. Prices went up, jobs got cut, and now folks are choosing between groceries and gas, not plane tickets to Clearwater. And y'all made Florida a hostile environment, honestly. And not just for immigrants, but also for black people, LGBTQ, teachers, hell, even librarians. Y'all made the beach a battleground. So now it's just you and those overpriced souvenir stands collecting dust. And now conservative business owners are mad. But they're mad at the consequences of the policies that they voted for. Baby, this ain't karma. This is cause and effect. Conservative policies destroyed communities, period. So ask yourself, how long are you guys going to continue to vote against your own business?
Whoa, hold on. The news is out. Newsweek is out about Florida. Florida real estate, not just part of the state. The whole state is crashing. The whole state is suffering. Prices are falling and falling fast throughout the state. Why? We've been talking about it on this channel for over 2 years. Taxes are high. HOA fees are high. Insurance continues to go higher and higher and higher. That's if you can even get it. Florida real estate is in big trouble, and Newsweek spells it out. Basically what I've been saying for over 2 years. You just can't make a decent living in Florida. There's just not enough jobs. There's not enough opportunity. And even if you do have a decent job, the expenses are just getting completely out of hand, and people are now moving out of Florida in droves.
Catastrophic loss to tourism in Florida just from Canadians.
A lot of them will not come because of Trump and what was going on with Canada. They just don't want to come and spend their money here. The cost of living here has changed a lot. Everything went up.
It's no secret Canadian snowbirds haven't been flocking to South Florida lately. President Trump's immigration rules and tariffs have caused controversy in Canada.
The greater Fort Lauderdale is expecting up to 150,000 fewer visitors from Canada. You know, they make up one of the largest groups of international visitors to South Florida. According to Visit Lauderdale, Canadian visitors...
Trump has cost South Florida $90 million and climbing just from Canadians. Just from Canadians. But wait, it gets worse. Did you know the entire world is boycotting the United States of America in tourism? Did you know that we are right now on track to lose $31 billion in tourism alone just in 2025? And that is an estimate. And yes, it has grown. Trump is destroying the USA. Do you agree? Have you canceled your trips to the USA? Drop your comments below.
I just watched a video a couple of moments ago of a guy who reports the news, and he was talking about the federal employees and how they're getting laid off left and right. Just, you know, a hostile takeover was the phrase that he used, which is probably the correct term at this point. And the comments under that video were so sickening. You had people actually celebrating that federal workers are losing their jobs. You had people literally saying things like, oh, good riddance. Oh, now I know my tax dollars are being utilized effectively. Do you? It's good because they've made millions of dollars at the taxpayers' expense. And it really got me thinking about the lack of ability to use deductive reasoning for adults. There are too many adults on this app with one brain cell, literally using one brain cell. And all they could say was, oh, we're glad that federal workers are being let go because our tax dollars are really going to be used for good this time. Well, I got news for you. If you think that, clearly, either you're thinking way too hard or you're not thinking enough. Federal workers, if they're laid off, no, they're not just going to sit at home and collect unemployment. That might be the first 1 or 2 days. But rest assured, federal workers are going to start going into these private sectors, these private corporations and companies and businesses, etc. That's where they're going to be applying for jobs next. And if you thought it was hard for you to either keep your job, get a raise, or get a new job, it has become 3 times harder now. That all of those federal employees, and still counting because Muskrat is still going through and doing more layoffs, okay? So, at this point, you had to fight to get another job, and the most you had to worry about is going up against a few thousand people. Now, triple that, quadruple that. Because if you think federal employees are not going to be going searching for employment in the private sectors, you are a fool. And I'm just going to say, even if they don't apply for jobs in the private sector, laying off individuals from certain federal government entities is dangerous in itself. I did a video the other day about the layoffs at the CDC and the NIH and how detrimental that is to public health. I know for a fact that laying off those 15,000 proposed employees, whether they are probationary or not, from the IRS is only going to impact the tax season. Rest assured, what I think might come out of it is that the IRS may even have to extend the April 15th date to accept tax returns because of it. Because they're going to be severely behind. They already had a struggling workforce. The poor people that work for the state unemployment offices, they were already short-staffed. Now they're going to be short-staffed, and they have that many more applicants that are going to be looking for benefits because they are newly unemployed. All I know is there's a special place in hell for people who wish bad on others, especially when it comes to federal employees who have been completely blindsided by the foolishness that is going on up there on that hill. I'm sorry, but wishing someone else's demise does not end well for you. My prayers to all the federal workers. I don't care what you do. My prayers to you, because it is hard out here to live. People are trying to figure out how they're going to feed their families every day. Y'all up here complaining about them $18 eggs, but you happy that a federal employee has lost their job? Please go touch grass. And I ain't talking about no turf either. Go touch real grass, please.
I lost my job on Thursday night, along with 200,000 other people. Despite what most people think, we're not all just lazy government employees. I worked really, really hard. I've been there 8 years. My managers had no idea until I did that I was terminated. They fell to their knees and cried along right with me. I took an oath of office to fight for this administration. And although I don't agree what's happening or what's going on, please, I don't want to hear the negative stuff. I don't want to hear it. We're going through it right now.
All I have to say to you is that felt good. I'm gonna need my mutual Francesca to do her leopard song, because this is exactly what we've been talking about. This is what we've been trying to tell you. You guys are gonna be affected along the rest of us. I don't want to hear anything negative. I'm already going through so much. Oh, it's really sad. It's really sad, isn't it, when you're going through it? Other people losing their rights wasn't making you sad, but you losing your job, now you need peace and you need your friends, you need people to gather around for you. If I see any of you donating a single cent, also, where's the tears? I want to be entertained by your suffering. I am simply living for spite at the moment. I need to see tears. I need to see sobbing. I want to see snot coming out of your nose. I ain't seen none of that. So you better make it a little more dramatic for me, for my entertainment. I have no empathy for you. I have no sympathy for you. And yeah, keep these videos coming. Please, please. It's the only light in this darkness.
I'm just going to go on the record preemptively and apologize to the 20,000 plus federal workers who accepted the buyout offers from Donald Trump and Elon Musk. People who, in exchange for full pay and benefits through September, have resigned their positions within the government. Because here's the deal, you're never going to see a dime of that money. I understand why you'd take the offer if it was a good faith offer and something that you could be confident would actually occur. I'd probably consider it too in your position. But look at Donald Trump's history of paying anyone, even when they do their work. You really think he's going to agree to pay you for not doing your job? Same thing with Elon Musk. Look at what he did with Twitter. Look at everything that they have done and tell me honestly, you really believe that they're going to honor any kind of agreement, written or otherwise. I'm sorry that this is going to happen to you, but I'm preemptively warning you now. If you are one of those federal workers that accepted that offer, you really ought to start looking for a job now, because pretty soon you're going to have no money flowing in.
So federal employees who accepted Donald Trump's buyout are now finding out that the buyout is being terminated along with their jobs. It's, once again, it's almost like people kept trying to tell you not to trust anybody in this administration, especially the muskrat. He did the exact same thing. He did the exact same thing with the exact same email when he took over Twitter and turned it into X. He told people who work there they can accept a buyout, they will get paid for a few months, and then they will have time to find a new place to work. They did not come back, took his little buyout, immediately he cut them off. And a lot of those people who it happened to warned federal employees not to do it. Now, the vast majority said no, and now we're seeing layoffs happen in other ways. But those layoffs can be defended by Congress. They can be argued to be rescinded, and those people could potentially get their jobs back. The ones who accepted the buyout are asked out. What were you thinking? It is not just liberal propaganda that people are telling you not to trust Elon Musk, not to trust Donald Trump. at a time like this. They are making decisions based off of what can put more money back into their pockets. They're not making decisions that will put money back into ours. Every single time they come to you and say, hey, why don't you trust me? And you say yes, they screw you over. But people keep doing it. People keep falling for the BS. At some point, people need to realize that they are not going to change. So it is up to us to be smarter than the idiots running this government.
If I have to be just bluntly honest, the way the federal workers are losing their jobs seems like a hostile takeover. They got that fork in the road letter from OPM, like got it at night when they were at home, probably not even checking their emails. There was an offer for a buyout or resignation with very few days to think about it. Most people are saying, oh, he's cutting waste from the government. But if that were the case, each person's job would have been evaluated. Their performance would have been evaluated in some cases. They'd have been put on a performance improvement plan. And there are usually conversations about how to improve. But none of this happened. People were eliminated from their jobs without even a plan for restructuring the departments or putting other people in those places or consolidating roles. None of this discussion happened like you would normally see in a workplace. This is essentially a hostile takeover. I'm coming in and you guys are getting out. But if you think about Project 2025, it did say that federal employees will be replaced by Trump loyalists. So they probably have in mind people that they want for those positions already. And these people may not even be qualified to do those jobs.
Federal workers who did not resign as part of that buyout offer were warned that they could possibly be laid off or fired. And this morning, we are learning that mass layoffs have started across multiple federal agencies, ordering agencies to lay off nearly all probationary employees, meaning those hired within the last 1 or 2 years, a move that could impact as many as 220,000 federal workers. At the Department of Veteran Affairs alone, more than 1,000 new workers were dismissed. The CFPB and VA are just two of several agencies that have started to cut federal workers so far. The largest federal employee union slamming the layoffs, calling it a blatant violation of the principles of fairness and merit that are supposed to govern federal employment, and saying the firings are about power.
With over 200,000 federal employees now being laid off, we will all feel it, and here is why. Laid off federal employees will flood the private sector, which means it'll be a lot harder for everyone to get hired. As a result, some of these companies won't even be willing to negotiate a job offer because they feel like someone else will take that. Let's also talk about the longer wait times for tax returns, Social Security. Fewer workers means more of a delay. And if you already do have a job, some of us may face harsher treatments. A toxic job will make you feel like you're easily replaced, especially since there's more people willing to take your spots. So this mass layoff will affect all of us. But what are your thoughts? Do you feel like the government has the right to cut all these jobs? I'm curious to know. Drop it down in the comments.
So, the United States Department of Labor is shutting down Job Corps. Let me explain why that should piss you off. Job Corps is a federally funded program that gives low-income youth between the ages of 16 and 24 free education, career training, housing, food, and job placement help. For almost all of these kids, it is their one shot at breaking the poverty cycle that some of their families have been living in for generations. But the Department of Labor has announced that they're going to be shutting it down. Why? Because they say it's too expensive. It runs about $1.7 billion to process through about 50,000 individuals through the program annually. That's about $34,000 per participant, which is a screaming deal considering that that's housing, food, job training, career training, financial management training, everything that you would get throughout your life that these individuals haven't been able to receive because of where they came from. But at the end of June, on June 30th, the Department of Labor is shutting down all of the contract-ran centers because they say next year the deficit on the program will hit $213 million a year. They also say it's underperforming, and that could be argued to be true because only about 38% of the participants graduate, and the average income after leaving the program is about $17,000 a year.
Well, dumbass Donald and his administration got rid of Job Corps. It's a program that helps poor kids and young men and women to get job training, and a lot of times it puts them in. It's like an apprenticeship, basically, and my uncle was actually in Job Corps, and he swears by it. He said he wouldn't be the man he was today if it wasn't for Job Corps. And he was a young, white, rural, poor kid. I mean, my grandparents had nothing, and it was a huge help for him. But I'm going to show you a news clip of what's actually happening, and then I'm going to show you some articles of what the Trump administration said would happen.
Where are you going to go?
I don't know. I tried making a few calls, trying to figure out something, but as of so far, there's nothing that's solid ground.
18-year-old Cameron is dazed. His son, reality, he has no place to live.
Where are your parents?
One is in jail, the other is dead.
He lived at Detroit Job Corps on Detroit's west side, a career training facility for young people. A sad scene. Friday afternoon, dozens lugged garbage bags full of their belongings, some into their parents' trunks, and others, well, they didn't have anywhere to go.
The staff, they had us go to the wreck at about 1:30, and they broke the news to us, and they had us go to the dorms, pack our stuff.
So let's look at who's in Job Corps. The ages are 16 to 24, men and women. The average age is 19. They're from disadvantaged backgrounds, debilitating environments, and they are in need of education and training. And as you can see here, 59% male, 77% lack the high school diploma or equivalent, 75% are minority groups, 50% are African American. Now let's look at what they said was going to happen to these people. They said they were planning a pause and an orderly transition for students, staff, and local communities. And the pause would occur by June 30th. They are actually closing these facilities down right now and kicking people out, as you could see. And then Lori Chavez comes out and says they are ensuring participants are supported through this transition and connected with resources they need to succeed as we evaluate the program's possibilities. No, they didn't. They booted these people out with nowhere to go. I mean, there's homeless 17, 18, 19-year-olds who are now out on the streets instead of getting job training. And this is why MAGA is full of shit. Because this should be MAGA. These are people that are Americans that need help. And they are trying. They're not out selling drugs. They're trying to get job training and be better people. And, of course, Trump and his admin had to shut it down because it's made up of minorities and poor people who they do not give a shit about. 20 years of pull yourselves up by the bootstraps finally coming true. And from the videos I've seen, it can hit a fucking Trump voter straight in the face and they'll still give this motherfucker an A or a B because they are in a cult. This is why I can't stand these people.
So I've been at Job Corps for about 2 years now, okay? And I came here to really escape a reality that was like really bad for me. Like I didn't really have a home. I didn't have money. I didn't have anything, but I came here at Job Corps because I wanted to build something. And I did. I earned my certifications, I studied, I did an internship, I showed up every single day trying to prove to myself that I was worth more than the life that I came from. But now they're shutting it all down. They're shutting down Job Corps, the whole program. And every single student, including me, is being forced to leave in just only 5 days. 5 days. With no housing, no placement for a job, no job placement, no help. Like we were promised support, a transition, like a chance to land on our feet, but now it's just pack up and figure it out in 5 days. And for a lot of us, especially people like me, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere. No safety net, no backup plan. Like literally just me, my bag, and a countdown. Like really? I don't know. I'm not really asking for pity. And I'm not lazy. I've done everything right, I feel like. I just really need somewhere to stay while I get on my feet and start working. So if you can help with anything, or even just share this, I would be so grateful. The more people know about this, the more likely other people can be helped, can have the support that they need. This needs to be heard, because it's not just me going through this. And right now, like, really, I just want to survive. I want to survive this as much, yeah. Thank you.
So let me get this straight. They say that young people don't want to work. They say that they need more jobs in America, right? And their solution is shutting down Job Corps? Free educational program that offers 60,000 kids between the ages of 16 and 24 opportunities to understand how to work. This program helps people that have nowhere else to turn. It means aging out of foster care, kids with IEPs, young kids that did not thrive in a traditional school setting. The Republican administration wants to build the American workforce, but they don't want to support the workers in the first place. Make it make sense. Newsflash, Republicans. You can't grow the economy when you're slashing the very programs that equip these people to join the workforce in the first place. It is short-sighted, it is cruel, and it is entirely avoidable. You do not get a strong workforce by cutting the ladder that helps people climb out of poverty. It is very obvious that they are not just defunding opportunity. They are dismantling a future where only the privileged get to succeed.
I guess a part of making America great during this golden age is shutting down Job Corps. Job Corps was established as a part of the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964. The program provided free residential education and job training programs for citizens between the age of 16 and 24. So a lot of kids who were kicked out of their homes prematurely, or those kids who came through foster care, would use this program to get a leg up. They learned skills and trades that help them get decent paying jobs today in society. So why close this program without a viable alternative? I personally think it's part of a long-term initiative to stop education in the United States for low-income people and have them working in factories. I believe Howard Lutnick said this a few weeks ago, and I talked about it in one of my videos, but nobody's paying attention. Common sense would have it. The more uneducated a population is, the easier it is to control them. But common sense is not so common in the United States, and that's on purpose. Somewhere along the way, people in this country have been brainwashed or gaslit into voting against their own interests, and it worked. They did a number on them. If you notice, the rich are united while the poor are divided, and that's on purpose. Somewhere along the way, the masses are okay with paying taxes, but not getting the ROI in the programs, right? Where do they do that at? How are you paying more taxes, but your programs are being cut? Think. Where is your money going? Think. See, they created a boogeyman for you to distract you. And the boogeyman is minorities and immigrants. So if you focus on the boogeyman, or the so-called alleged boogeyman, then you're not focused on your taxes being taken, and you're not getting a return on your investment. Just think, they got you to normalize this thought process, right? They got you to normalize the hamster on the wheel. That's you. You're the hamster. They got you to normalize that and be okay with it. And how they keep you as the hamster on the wheel, perpetually just running that wheel, is they connected your health care to your employer. They're intertwined. And without working, you can't have health care. That's not normal. And also employment at will, okay? Where there's a situation, it's a very lopsided situation where you can be fired for anything. No other country in the world does that. Not one other country. This is the only place, the United States, that does employment at will. Why? Because it's toxic. Every other country protects their citizens. You got to think, wake up. So attacking Job Corps is an organized effort and strategy, a long-term one, to get the little hamsters at 16 to get ready for that wheel for the rest of their life and put them in factories.
Let's just call it what it is, okay? They're closing Job Corps because they want young adults who don't come from money to either join the military, go into crime so that they can go into prison where they can be worked for free under the 13th Amendment, or if neither of those, be so desperate that they take terrible jobs with terrible wages and no worker protections and have a massive fear of organizing. Like, I don't really see what else the option could be, because Job Corps is not a huge drain on the U.S. budget. It's like a drop inside of a drop inside of a drop inside of the bucket. You know, it's tiny, and it's about as much of a net good of a social program as you can imagine. Job Corps' number one function is to ensure that people who come from certain zip codes and from households with a certain income don't end up on government benefits later. It's like how the number is something like, for every dollar that we spend with the IRS, we get like $6 back. Like, I would be surprised if Job Corps is not similar in terms of the ROI. This is done for nothing more than cruelty and ripping the rug out from underneath hard-working kids. This is evil.
So I found out today, and I haven't heard anything about this other than looking it up on Google, Job Corps is shutting down. So as of next Friday, Job Corps nationwide is no more. So if you have a kid between the ages of 16 and 26 that attend Job Corps, they're out as of next Friday. We are waiting for more information on Monday. I have a child in Job Corps, and I also have a nephew in Job Corps. But this is crazy. There are a lot of kids, adults, that are at Job Corps because they had no place to go. I've heard that they're trying to place people in homes and get them housing or whatever, but there's no guarantee for that. So I'm just letting you know that if you have a child, again, between 16 and 26, who's at Job Corps right now, as of next Friday, they don't have anywhere to be. So check on your kids. And this is just really sad, because this means a displacement of thousands, if not tens of thousands of people who went there because they had no place else to go, to learn a trade, to get a skill, to get a job. It's really, really sad right now.
Did y'all see the videos earlier this week of Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary at the White House, saying that they don't want to support students that are getting degrees in LGBTQ. What they want is to support people becoming tradesmen, plumbers, electricians, stuff like that. That's what they said they support and they wanted. The same week that they defund and shut down all of the Job Corps across America. This administration says one thing and then does the opposite. They never tell the truth. There are over 100 Job Corps centers across America that help youth out of high school who feel like they don't have skills. Maybe some of them have nowhere to go. They come from low income. Maybe they don't have anywhere to live. And these centers help them learn skills that they need in life. This administration, this hypocritical administration, is shutting them all down. It's pulling all the federal funding for them so that literally tens of thousands of kids who were using them to get a foothold in life now don't have that. Also, not to mention the thousands of employees that are now getting laid off at the Job Corps.
See, this is why whenever I see those signs or those stupid t-shirts that people wear that says Jesus is essential, I want to correct it and put on there education is essential. Because the average American has a 6th grade education, and this is where it shows. This person did not know how his government worked. Did he just assume that those fucking good solar jobs just fell out the sky during the Biden administration? No, it was because Democrats and Biden wanted better for the American people, and they fucking delivered that. And then that little dumbass, because he's a bigoted little prick living in Maine, decided that he was going to go vote against his best interest because of immigration. Because he's not intelligent. He is not educated about how the system works for his benefit, and he has been sucked into racism because of where he lives and his lack of education. Good job, America.
I had heard people say if you vote for this, you're going to get what you voted for. But that's what people say every election.
A catastrophic wave of layoffs is hitting electricians in Maine. It may be a preview of hundreds of thousands of jobs that could be lost nationwide after President Trump and Republicans just repealed billions in clean energy investments.
It was like a light switch got opened, and all of our work just disappeared overnight.
We went to Maine, where a solar boom has already come to an abrupt halt.
I got laid off
at the beginning of May. I haven't gotten any calls yet.
I'm on unemployment right now, and in the state of Maine, that's $595 per week, and I pay rent. That's $1,350 a month.
This has nothing to do with our local union or the companies around us bidding jobs. It solely comes down to what's happening in our federal government right now.
We came here to talk to electricians who voted for Trump to understand how are they thinking about his agenda now that it's costing them work. We're outside Bangor, Maine, and we're headed to meet an apprentice electrician who's been working steadily for the last several years, but suddenly he finds himself unemployed, and he wants to talk to us about why.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you? Sam.
Braden, come right in.
Thank you so much.
A good friend of mine in high school, he was 3 grades above me, and whenever I'd go over to his house, he'd have $2,000 guitars, like a $5,000 Marshall amplifier. And I'm like, where are you getting all this money, dude? And he's like, well, I'm an electrician. I'm learning to be an electrician. You should do it too.
Braden House is an apprentice electrician who last year voted for Trump.
After finding out I was having my daughter at 17, I'm like, I need money, and it ain't going to be spent on guitars and amplifiers. It's going to be spent on diapers and making a future for this kid. I applied to the apprenticeship and heard back in March of 22, and I started work 3 weeks after I graduated high school. I'm a 17-year-old kid. They're asking me like life experience questions. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I work at a Dunkin' Donuts. My first week, I get a check for $1,300 for a 40-hour week, and I'm like, yep, this is what I'm doing now. I'm sticking with this.
Obviously, you see the arrays of solar panels, and you see underneath it.
Braden took me to one of the 8 solar projects he has helped build over the last several years.
Nothing beats like just before August, like May to June in a solar field.
I remember being on a solar field one day, and I get an email of my Lincoln Financial account. I'm like, holy shit, I've only been doing this for a year and a half, and I have $3,000 in my retirement account.
Why do you think the work was so steady?
Because there were so many solar projects. You can't go anywhere in the state without seeing a solar field or multiple.
It kept every electrician in our local union employed.
Scott Cuddy is a longtime electrician out of the same union local as Braden. He told me that until recently, there were so few jobs for electricians that they had to take across-the-board pay cuts to get work.
We had 0 solar projects going on for years and years and years. Guys were traveling to other jurisdictions to go work on solar projects.
That started to change in 2022.
President Biden's signing of the Inflation Reduction Act today comes after more than a year of negotiations among Democrats in Congress.
The Inflation Reduction Act was the largest federal investment in clean energy jobs in American history. It provided tax credits that encouraged business to build renewable projects like solar, wind, and battery storage. And as those projects multiplied, the landscape for skilled trades workers transformed.
The rate for a union electrician is currently about $39 an hour. 2020, we were at about $29-30 an hour. So we have seen an enormous increase in the wages for the people doing the work. And that's because when you have work to do, you get bargaining power.
They were so desperate for people, they'd raise the amount of money they'd pay you per hour to get you there, and it was competitive. Companies were competing on how much they would pay their guys to get the amount of guys that they needed to finish these solar fields. Solar, it fed my family. Solar lined my pockets, and it gave me work for years.
Take me through your thinking. What was your thinking when you decided to vote for Trump?
When I voted for Trump, my big thing was I agreed with his stance on immigration. I agreed with his idea of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. I liked his stance on no new wars. And now we're seeing the exact opposite happen. The immigration thing and Palestine were 2 of the biggest things that turned people off to the Biden administration and to the potential Harris administration. Yeah. At least in who I've spoken to on job sites.
What was your reaction when Trump was elected?
I was not surprised.
But were you happy? I mean, you voted for Trump.
I was pretty happy. Happy's not the right word. I was indifferent. I was more, great. The better of 2 evils. Let's hope nothing goes bad. And then now it's going bad.
Since January, at least $14 billion of renewable energy projects have been canceled or put on hold across the U.S., including 3 big solar and battery developments in Maine.
The February union meeting of this year, of 2025, the business manager during his report said, guys, I can chart out full employment to mid 2027 right now. At the March union meeting, he said, we're going to be looking at 50% unemployment this summer. It went from, I can see full work, get your strength back so you can get back out on the job for the next thing till 2027 to we will be at 50% unemployment this year. And the uncertainty has devastated the construction industry in Maine. I think an important point in this is the tax credits aren't even gone yet.
A week after this conversation, Republicans in Congress passed Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, drastically scaling back investments in solar and wind. The bill rapidly phases out the Inflation Reduction Act's clean energy investments, preserving funding only for projects up and running in the next 18 months. That will likely derail hundreds of billions of dollars of planned construction and eliminate hundreds of thousands of jobs. When did you realize this would affect you?
It really hit me about 2 weeks into my layoff because at first it was like, yeah, these layoffs should only last 1 or 2 weeks. And then the fourth week came around. And that's when it really hit me that we might be in for no work for a while.
Braden is one of 66 apprentices in his union who've been laid off since April. He's now on a waiting list for the next job with nearly 30 people ahead of him.
I've seen 3 people move off that list in the last 60 days. In summer, usually everyone's employed. Usually there's enough work that everyone's employed. Right now, seeing only 3 people move in 60 days, it's bleak.
I will terminate the Green New scam immediately. It's the greatest scam in history.
They love to have the guys standing behind them in the hard hats when they have a press conference. But when it comes to doing the actual policy that will actually help us, we have that policy in place right now. It's the IRA. It's helped bring more people into the trades. It's helped us get paid more. And this is across the board. The policy's in place. If you just let the policy survive, we'll be fine.
This is a great bill. This is going to be a great bill for the country.
I think he could swallow his pride. He's cutting the things that Joe Biden did that made labor so good in the name of, I don't like Joe Biden, so I don't want to stand for anything he stood for. But you shouldn't be cutting something that your predecessor did that was good because he's your predecessor. You should continue to build on the good things he did. If it's creating jobs, if it's boosting the economy, why get rid of it?
Good FAFO moment, and boy, did this MAGA supporter have one. Vincent Scardina, a small business owner who has a roofing company in Key West, voted for Donald Trump this year. And then on May 27th, ICE swooped in and abducted 6 of his workers, a third of his workforce. He lamented about how difficult it is to hire new people in a small community unlike a big city. He said sometimes it even takes years to train them. He also shared a story of another person in the community who lost 9 out of his 10 landscaping employees, basically putting him out of business. All of the abducted employees of his were from Nicaragua, and they had valid work permits and no criminal records. Scardina even got emotional during the interview, saying that he considers many of these people his friends and has gotten to know their families. Talk about being out of touch with reality. Needless to say, he says he has some buyer's remorse.
How you doing, TikTok? Really torn up about whether or not I was going to make this video, but I think I need to. Today, I'm an owner-operator. I own my own truck, or I should say I used to own my own truck. Today's the worst day of my life. Today's the day that I turn my truck in. I between the shops and the insurance and everything else that goes with it, the payments, I went broke. Put it mildly, I just went broke. Got to turn my truck in. Love my truck. I tried my best. Luckily, I work for a guy who's good enough to put me in a company truck. But it doesn't change the fact that I fucking failed. Run my ass off a bit, stay out 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks at a time. Sometimes more. Not only spend every penny I have. I went in debt. I owe this good man a lot of money. A lot of money. He's good enough to try. He's going to work with me. See if I can't get it paid back. Doesn't help the fact that I fucking failed. For all the truckers out there, I'll be out there with you. I'm trying to work it off. God bless you. Throw a peace sign up when you pass somebody. We all need it. I don't know what else to say. I don't deal with failure well, and I failed in a grandiose fashion, man. Crash and burn like I got never done in my life. Stay blessed. Remember, put God first. I love you. Peace. I'm out.
And ICE are not deporting hardworking illegal immigrants from farms and small businesses.
Well, you're obviously not going to take it from me. We've only been telling you a million fucking times now that yes, he is going after hardworking people, not just criminals. If you're not going to believe me, that's fine. I will give it to you from the horse's fucking mouth. Here you go. A Trump supporter himself, a man who voted for Donald Trump, who owns a business, had his whole fucking crew picked up and taken and deported, even though they were here legally. I'll roll the clip.
You voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. They did everything right. And they all had their work permits. What I understood from what he has said and from what ICE officials have said, that is not at all what they're doing. And then all the representatives of them are stating the same thing. That's not what we're doing. We're going after the criminals. Well, what happened here?
For fuck's sake, even the founder of Latinas for Trump, who worked tirelessly to get Donald Trump elected, came out and said, yo, this is not what I voted for. Granted, I would say that yes, Donald Trump screamed from the rooftops that this was exactly what he was going to do. But many people are waking up to the fact, even his own supporters, to know this man is not just deporting criminals, but rather going after hardworking families, people who are here legally, who are going to their court dates and picking them up and deporting them. And if you don't want to believe me, that's fine. But believe the people who voted for Donald Trump, your own people who are telling you this isn't right. Anyways, my name is Mercedes Chandler. Give me a follow or you won't see my face again. Thank you. Goodbye.
Man, that is an emotional scene that you did not film, man. Seriously. It's just absolutely brutal, you know, watching someone like this, a hardworking guy, lose his livelihood and truck like that. And, you know, it's a real harsh reminder that all those flashy campaign promises aren't putting food on the table the way, you know, the steady economy of the last few years really did.
It's financially as well as emotionally. It takes a toll.
Vincent, you voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
He thought the Trump administration was going to focus solely on deporting criminals. It seems immigration officials, he says, are just trying to meet quotas now. 6 Nicaraguan men who on May 27th were detained along US 1 in Sugarloaf Key on their way to a job. Their immigration attorney says it should not have happened because 5 of the 6 have their paperwork in order with pending asylum cases. Vincent Scardina is the owner of the roofing company where they worked. He's owned it 37 years.
You become their friends, just not an employer, but a friend. And you see what happens to their family. It's quite a shock.
Given his support for the president, we asked what he would tell the commander-in-chief if he had a chance.
What happened here? This situation is just totally, just blatantly not at all what they said it was.
More people at their Texas facility are going to be let go. When you talk about big industries now being affected, not the small guy, but those at the top of the food chain being impacted and closing down, we are in a world of economic hurt. And this is just the beginning because this Trump administration is not focused on fixing the problem. They keep creating more. And I got to tell you, Just this Tyson food location in Nevada, there are so many suppliers, so many vendors, contractors every single day that did work for this Tyson facility, whether inside the building or outside the building. These are big contracts that these local businesses are now going to lose. So they're going to be affected as well. Expect more layoffs and bankruptcies downstream of Tyson Foods.
What happens when a company fires half of a town's workers?
Thousands of Tyson Foods layoffs will take effect today. Nearly 5,000 Tyson Foods workers in Texas and Nebraska are losing their jobs.
Perhaps the biggest nightmare is the looming new industrial revolution.
The erosion of the middle class, already one of America's most serious problems, could get much worse with AI if we ignore it.
AI is replacing human tasks faster than you might think. More than half of large US firms plan to use AI within the next year to automate tasks that were previously done by staff, cut costs, boost profits, and make their work, as they say, more productive.
Riots and rebellions.
I don't want to undersell this. I think this will be an incredibly disruptive transition, which is why we're trying to ring the alarm bells and talk about it now. Entire classes of jobs will go away and not come back.
Baby, in 2025 alone, we've lost 1.1 million jobs. 1.1 million people have been laid off since January of 2025, and it's not stopping. Big corporations plan on firing people during Christmas season. About 30% of them are going to be doing more layoffs. And we can thank AI for this problem. You know, that big, beautiful bill put AI as a front runner to take a lot of entry-level jobs, to the point where a college degree and a high schooler can now apply for the same job. And the high schooler may get it over the fucking college degree. And Wigs R Us does not want states to regulate AI in their fucking state so AI doesn't take over everything. He's going to sign an executive order so he will be the only person controlling these AI data farms that are taking these big corporations and making them bigger while firing all their employees. But that's not even the fucking sad part. There's about 650,000 80 and up year old people still working in America. Now, if we keep losing jobs, how the fuck are they going to support each other? Minimum wage has not gone up from $7.90 something. But the average cost of living in order to be considered poor in America is little under $140,000. Yes, you heard me. Under $140,000 is considered under the fucking poverty line. Now, the government is still saying a $32,000 is under the poverty line. But baby, that shit is going to change soon. Some commentators like Michael W. Green says y'all are not adding anything in. Like modern housing costs, healthcare, childcare, etc. A family of four actually needs between 130 to 150K in order to survive. I'm just saying, prepare for 2026 to be hell on fucking wheel.
America chased away its workers and now is surprised that nothing's being built. Down in South Texas, home builders are crying, saying they don't have enough workers to build homes. And I know you're thinking, why? Well, because ICE raids been coming through snatching up everybody to the tune of over 9,100 people. And now ain't nothing getting built. It's like 1/5 of all arrests in Texas this year are ICE related. Makes you wonder why Governor Abbott wasn't doing anything about immigration. And now housing is slowing down and prices are going up. And suddenly everybody's confused. That's what I mean when I say hatred is bad math. You can't subtract people and expect growth. That's like ripping the engine out of your car and being mad that it won't drive. For years, Americans were screaming, immigrants are taking our jobs. Okay. But where y'all at now? You got your hard hats ready? Your tool belts on? Because it's funny, when the jobs showed up, the people yelling the loudest got real quiet. Because you see, it turns out they never wanted the jobs. They just wanted somebody to blame. And now Texas is standing around looking silly like a restaurant that fired all its cooks and wondering why ain't no food ready. And it makes you ask a bigger question. What is the state of America's future if America has decided that it wants to be a police state? Because fear don't build homes, hatred won't lower prices, and cruelty has never been an economic plan.
With Tyson. So Tyson had to shut down a lot of plants, including the one in Texas near Amarillo. About 1,000 workers, all Teamsters, were laid off. And the one in Nebraska also got shut down. They're doing this because they say there's no beef.
Now, there's a little bit of truth to that. I mean, with these continuous droughts and the cost of inputs, the cost of everything, because monopolies are so bad at price gouging everyone, a lot of farmers and ranchers had to get rid of their herds. We had to cut our herd in half multiple times because everything was too expensive. You would think because our herd's the smallest it's been, the government would actually try to help. Well, of course, that's not what the government is doing. This government's about making money for itself. And how's it making money for itself right now? Simple. Give the Argentinian oligarchs all the money. So instead of helping out American farmers, American ranchers, and thereby American consumers as well, Mr. America First has decided to send all the money to Argentinian oligarchs. I'm certain they're making money through some side deal there. That's the only thing this administration cares about, is making money for itself. My name is Clayton Tucker. I am running for Texas Agriculture Commissioner. I am running against one of the biggest bootlickers there are in Texas, Commissioner Sid Miller. I don't know if you've ever seen that guy on social media, but my God, he is such a bootlicker. All he does is lick Trump's boots. Bootlicker Miller. How the government actually wanted to be helpful, this is what I would say they should do. First off, we need to bust all the monopolies price gouging everyone. 2 companies control the entire tractor and equipment industry. They are price gouging everyone out of the kazoo. Beef and chicken and pork and the rest of farming is completely monopolized. You know, depending on what exact food you're growing, between 2 to 4 corporations control everything. So if we actually had a government that was, committed to breaking them up, well, that'd be making farming affordable again. And the moment farming starts becoming more affordable again, the more small producers, the more local producers can get in, and that will start lowering food costs for everyone else.
I stand before you today with complaints. My complaints have to do with the inaction, or maybe it was the intentional actions of this rogue administration and, yes, the Republicans that are flanking it. You see, a lot of people want us to fight one another instead of getting us to unite, and they want us to ignore the fact that poor policies have led to the pain of the people. Let me go a little bit further. Many of you may know me from a meme or a viral moment. Many of you have no idea that I actually served on the Agriculture Committee. I served on the Ag Committee, and I fought really hard to make sure that we could get a farm bill passed. Right now, we are 3 years behind on a 5-year farm bill. Let me tell you what that means. It means that I was going around, I was talking to Texas ranchers and farmers and hearing directly from them the pain that they were experiencing. Some of the things that people just don't know, and frankly, now they are just now waking up to, is the fact that, as it's already been said, we are at a 75-year low as it relates to cattle production. Now, what exactly does this mean for all of us? Let me explain to you partially how we got here. One of the reasons is that we know, well, first of all, cattle stock is at a record low because Republican-led farm bills over the last several decades have ignored the needs of beef cattle ranchers, as they have faced increasingly severe droughts and increased input costs. For your awareness, the subsidies tend to go first to the big row crops, then dairy cows, then a tiny bit to beef cows. If we start talking about what the president has done as it relates to tariffs, well, that only precluded and prevented us from, well, having the exports that we needed. He then went a step further and decided that it only made sense to send $40 billion to Argentina. Now imagine this. This $40 billion didn't come from his own bank account. This $40 billion came from the very taxpayers that now are not going to have jobs right here in Amarillo. So somebody tell me how it makes sense to send money to a foreign country that is only deciding that they are going to compete with our ranchers. You're putting, while cutting ACA subsidies and so many other things. I'm just here to tell you that I am tired of this right versus left rhetoric. This is about right versus wrong. Like, I need people to take just one moment and think for a second. Forget the fact that you like a R. Forget the fact that you think red is the best color. That's right. Focus on what is happening here. It doesn't matter if you don't work at Tyson. If you live in this community, you should care. Because when Tyson workers are out of work, what does that mean for everybody else? It means the entire economy is going to struggle. Listen, I lived in East Texas. I know what it is to live in rural Texas, and I understand the threats that come when the tire plant may shut down. And in fact, we have a chicken Tyson's plant very near where I used to live. I lived in Texarkana. We had one right there in Mount Pleasant. Trust me, I know this life. I know that this community should be surrounding every single Tyson worker in this moment. And again, while I know that we still have our fair share of issues that we need to deal with as it relates to worker safety, Lord knows I worked on some things specifically around meat packing plants when I was on the agriculture committee, and some of the safety concerns that we have, as well as the pay. But right now, the biggest issue that we have is that we have a federal government that has decided that it doesn't want to work for the American people. It is time to elect people that have the courage to just represent the 30 million people that actually live in Texas, instead of bending the knee to a rogue president that only cares about his rich friends, whether they are Americans or otherwise. So I am here because it matters. I know a lot of people see politicians pop up and do things because it's out of convenience. As I go through this U.S. Senate race, I am here to educate you on the work that didn't go viral, the work that I did do with farmers and ranchers as I served on the agriculture committee. It is time for us to come together in a unified way. I just ask that we all stand with the Tyson workers and frankly all of our farmers and ranchers who are currently filing bankruptcy.
Hey, it's Joe from Georgia. So today was the day that the town of Lexington, Nebraska saw the layoffs begin for Tyson Foods. Now 5,000 people are losing their jobs at Tyson Foods, and what they do there is it's meat packing. Now half the town of Lexington is employed at this plant, and they started their layoffs today. Now what that's going to do, of course, is ripple down through every business in that community and destroy that town. Now folks, this was a promise that this administration had made, that we weren't going to be closing manufacturing plants and we were going to expand. Well, because of tariffs and being able to sell products, the United States is losing that trade war portion of it when it comes to meat packing. So the town of Lexington, Nebraska is the first casualty of just wiping out an entire town over one business laying off its workforce. And this is just the beginning, because the layoffs just started today. There are other meat packing plants that are planning to do the same in the Midwest. So it's going to expand.
Tuesday, January 20th, this is the big day that Tyson Beef is laying off 5,000 workers. Yes, Tyson Foods is laying off 5,000 workers in Texas and Nebraska. Really, what is going to be the worst is Nebraska, as this Tyson beef plant employs 1/3 of the workers in this town of 11,000. Yes, Texas and Nebraska voted Republican. Yes, many companies are laying off. As a matter of fact, January, 128 companies have filed a layoff notice on the layoff website warntracker.com. Hi, my name's Christina. I have a master's degree in business. We are now in the FAFO stage in mostly red states. Cattle ranchers and beef have taken a beating under this current administration, and today is no different. 5,000 more people getting laid off when unemployment is already at 4.6% on average.
Jennifer Piggott voted for Trump in the November election. Then in February, she was fired from her civil service job.
Absolutely, I feel a little bit betrayed.
She was among more than 125 people dismissed last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service in Parkersburg, West Virginia.
And what part of this don't you remember?
Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care.
No kings, no tyrants, no kings, no tyrants.
The cuts have shaken up a community that overwhelmingly voted for Trump. He won West Virginia with 70% of the vote, one of his biggest victories. But the betrayal felt by Piggott, a church-going conservative and 3-time Trump voter, comes as political analysts are examining early signs of a possible backlash in Republican strongholds like Parkersburg, where the government-slashing efforts of Trump and Doge are beginning to hit home.
Elon Musk has basically taken over our government and has calling the shots, unfortunately, it seems to be.
No, because I want you to hear me when I say with my full fucking chest, if you voted for Donald Trump, I want you out of my life.
Back and forth conversation now. It's like, you knew this was coming, but we didn't.
Except you did. You absolutely knew. Because we've been telling you. And we started telling you all the way back before 2016. You've had 9 years to listen, but you didn't want to. You were gonna own us. Instead, now you've owned your own ass.
That back and forth conversation now. It's like, you knew this was coming, but we didn't.
How'd y'all not know? We all warned you. We warned y'all, you didn't believe us. Hell, he told you what was gonna happen, and y'all have selective hearing. That's what it is. Y'all have selective hearing. And now y'all are out of jobs and shit like that. He told you exactly what he was going to do. You didn't listen. We told you what he was going to do. You didn't listen. But now you're regretting that you voted for him, and you're acting like we didn't know when everybody told you, including himself. But you didn't know. Make it make sense.
We literally get slapped in the face with no explanation. They fool you a lot.
I got a question. Were you not listening? Were you not listening to what he has been saying over the past 2 years? Were you not reading when we told you about Project 2025? Because everything that he's doing now is just running the playbook of what's in Project 2025. So truly the only person that has slapped you in the face is yourself. But here's the reality. It was easier for you to believe the lie that a black woman as president would be the end of America as we know it. It was easier to believe that than to believe the truth of who 4547 really is. We tried to warn you. And matter of fact, even he tried to warn you. He told you he was going to do everything that he's doing now. It's all laid out in Project 2025. He's just running the playbook. You, sir, and everyone like you have just experienced FIFO.
The devastation that having this administration in office would do to all.
I know why you like Donald Trump so much, because he lies. Like, this is a lie. You guys were fucking told that this was going to happen. You guys were told over and over again that this was going to happen. And you hollered from the hilltops, fake news. You just don't like Donald Trump. Fucking shit. I have no sympathy for people who have zero problem with things hurting other people, but as soon as that shit affects them, they're like, boo-hoo, poor me. Ugh. You deserve this. You deserve more than this. Okay?
Jennifer Piggott voted for Trump in the November election. Then in February, she was fired from her civil service job.
Yeah, okay, so this woman voted for Donald Trump 3 times. You just know her Facebook is filled with multitudes of posts throughout the whole entire election cycle stating that immigrants were going to steal the jobs. Lo and behold, an immigrant did take her job, but not the ones that she thought would. The county that you're from, majority voted for Donald Trump. Again, you voted for him 3 times. West Virginia, 70% of y'all voted for Trump. It's like blah, 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 the thing about no empathy, no EQ until it comes to you. You didn't give a fuck until it came knocking at your doorstep, the usual. It's like I've been doing this for so long now, and I just wonder, what is it going to take for you guys to understand? For the MAGA crowd to understand, we can highlight these FAFO stories all day long, and it's almost like they literally do not care until it comes to them. They will see another MAGA get fired as a result of Donald Trump, and then be like, well, you must have been a DEI hire.
You knew this was coming, but we didn't. Like, nobody that I've talked to understood.
That's total BS. Because earlier in that video that she's saying, people would go back and forth with her as telling her as to why she should not vote for Donald Trump. That means people around her knew the consequences. They told her They tried to educate her, and that means she refused to listen to the information. That is called willful ignorance. So saying you did not know is complete dogwash. Just throw it away. No one believes you. Stop trying to be innocent when you are definitely not. You are terrible for thinking that this wasn't gonna affect anyone until it affected you.
Station that having this administration in office would do to our lives.
But you did. Because you were fine with that devastation that's happening to you happen to other people. You were all for it. Because remember, if you go and watch that video, she says before that, at work, you know, hey, if you didn't get the email last week, then you're safe. Well, I'm just skipping down the halls. You were fine with everyone else getting that email until it happened to you. You were completely okay with that same devastation that is happening to you, happening to other people. So yes, you did understand. Yes, you did know. You just didn't care because you thought you were safe because you voted for Trump. You thought you were safe. Well, the tiger ate your fucking face. Yeah. Enjoy.
This was coming, but we didn't. Like,
either it's lying for the camera, or these people really do have a cognitive problem that is keeping them from understanding what the fuck is going on here. Because how many different ways do these red states have to vote? Like, this is more than just Donald Trump. How many different ways do these red states have to vote against their best interests in fear of either black people getting something or in fear of people that are not white existing? White, straight, whatever ism that they have. It's getting to a point where we need to start like looking at, is this really a cognitive problem? Like, there was an illness that caused people to dance basically until they were dead. Like, maybe there's some type of brain worm, RFK style.
With conversation now, it's like, you knew this was coming, but we didn't. Like, no.
Yes, you did. You just didn't think it would happen to you. You knew this was coming. You knew it. You and every other federal worker, every other veteran, all of you people that worked for the federal government and knew this was coming. And voted for that man, excuse me. You knew it was coming. You just didn't think it would hit you. This is why a lot of unemployed, out of work federal workers are not getting the sympathy that they think they deserve. Because you knew. You just didn't think it would happen to you. Whole lot of people talking about, well, they're finding waste, fraud, and abuse. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're targeting. That's what they're doing. Because if they truly were going for finding waste, fraud, and abuse, the very first place they would have started is the one that gets the most federal dollars every year without fail. But they didn't start over there, did they? Nope. They went after aid programs. They went after programs that help children with cancer. They went after the National Institutes of Health. They went after Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security, things that people have been bitch moaning and complaining, thinking, wrongly I might add, that this is where all of our money is being drained. We're giving away too much money. We're the biggest this, that, and the third because a snake oil salesman told you. And y'all believed it. You believed it. And then they came for you. They did. Now, will you learn from it? Nope. No. Because people such as yourself are a detriment to this society because you do not think. We are carrying you around. Basically, you're leeching off of our test, and then you're still getting the answers wrong, and then you're upset. It's a school project. You do none of the work, but you want to take credit for it. So then when we get an F, or when you get an F, we get an F, You're all of a sudden going, wait, I didn't think I would get the F too. You did. You did. You knew this could happen. That man did not lie one goddamn time about what he was going to do. He didn't. And when that ketamine addict got his ass into the mix of it, you really should have known the fuckery is coming, and it's coming for you. You just didn't think it would. Whether it's selfishness, racism, what have you, you really honestly thought you'd be immune. Which goes to show something that I don't think a lot of people are saying. To you federal workers who voted for Trump, to you veterans who voted for Trump and now you're unemployed. You guys were perfectly okay with the damage happening to someone else. You encouraged it. You thought it was great. You thought it would be fantastic to watch others suffer. You really honestly believed that. And now you're discovering that the suffering isn't just happening to them, those who you look down on. Now it's happening to you. That shows the level of cruelty that you have. That shows the level of cruelty that you have. And that is why people don't trust you.
A Missouri nail company has already laid off 60 of its employees and is looking at declining sales due to Trump's tariffs.
More nails than any other company in the United States.
But the nails are made with steel imported from Mexico, hit by a 25% tariff by the Trump administration.
We're going to charge a tariff on steel.
It's a 25% tariff that our customers are not willing to pay us for.
Chris Pratt oversees 500 employees here.
Where are we right now?
In a paper tape plant.
No longer in operation.
No longer in operation.
When the tariffs hit, Pratt says their customers balked.
We don't want your nails at your prices anymore because we can buy our nails cheaper somewhere else.
Where's somewhere else?
Somewhere else is mostly imports.
In other countries like
China, Malaysia, Oman, Korea.
And jobs over there mean jobs lost here.
You've had to lay off how many?
We have eliminated 60 positions.
60 positions.
Yes. We should be thriving. We were doing pretty good.
And
but
now?
It's like you flip the light switch off, and it's all because of tariffs.
The employees are hopeful that this is just a bump in the road.
Did you vote for the president?
Absolutely.
What were you hoping for when you voted for the president?
Change.
Yes, they make the nails here in America, but the steel is imported from Mexico and has been hit with a 25% tariff. Their customers are now saying, we're not going to buy your nails because we can find them cheaper elsewhere. So the jobs in the manufacturing that Donald Trump was supposed to protect through his tariffs have now cost 60 people in the state of Missouri their job in this nail factory. And what's so funny is they interviewed the employees, and one of the guys said, he was asked, did you vote for Trump? He said, yeah, absolutely. Why did you vote for Trump? Because I wanted change. Well, you sure as fuck got change. You might have so much change that you might have a new career. This is fuck around and find out edition Missouri style, because the nail company is not going to be in business a whole lot longer. They hope it's a bump in the road. Well, it's a big fat orange fucking bump in the road that you just ran over. Did you not understand that your product is sourced from another country, that the material, the metal you get is from another country that will be affected by these tariffs? I don't care if you make it in America. It's not sourced in America. So that Missouri nail company has already laid off 60 people. Get ready for it to be more, and get ready for it to be a lot more industries across this country because of Donald Trump and his dumbass tariff policy.
Steel imported from Mexico.
Another cult member, sorry, because that's what it was, a business owner that said it was going to benefit me to join MAGA. Toma!
Made with steel imported from Mexico.
You know, if a lot of you Republicans were smart, right, if you were intelligent, you would start connecting the dots and noticing that everything, every bit of what we do here is imported from other places, right? But y'all aren't. And if y'all were smart, you would start to realize that the things that we implement here, let's say tariffs, only get thrown back onto the consumer and small businesses. But y'all aren't smart. And racism leads everything you do. So really and truthfully, none of this really fucking matters. Because you're gonna still vote with your racism in November.
Oh, the tariffs are going to bring manufacturing back to the United States. It'll be wonderful. It'll be great. It'll be great again. Well, in fact, folks, the opposite appears to be happening. First, whiskey companies in Kentucky, and now the largest nail maker in Missouri is having to lay off workers because they got slapped with a 25% tariff on the steel that's imported from Mexico. And one of the workers was asked who they voted for. They said they voted for Trump, and the reporter asked him why, and he said, "I voted for change." Well, guess what, buddy? Change is coming, but just not in the form that you expected or wanted. The nail company was told by their clients that we can get your product for cheaper elsewhere. So explain to me again how tariffs are going to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
It sucks, but people are really drowning right now. Looking at the comments for my video about rent prices was like honestly depressing. You know, there's so many people out there that are in these situations, these circumstances where they can't afford their rent. Like some of the prices that people were saying for the square footage that they were getting is insane. And I think this tells us one thing, that a lot of people are struggling financially. And let this be a reminder that you should take what you see on social media with a grain of salt. Somebody just got a new car, they, going on vacations. It's not to say that people can't afford to do these things right now, but just take it with a grain of salt, because most likely they're struggling, they're drowning too. I've even seen people comment down below saying like, oh, should we still be paying 50-50? Should it be the man 100%? And hey, I may tell you a joke, but I'll never tell you a lie, man. Two incomes is more than one, especially during these times. Comment down below what your rent prices are in your city, because people need to see that this is all over. It's not just where you're at. And most importantly, God bless.
Y'all not understand how up America gotta be for you to work hard and still have no fucking where to go. It's just like, oh my gosh, when is it all going to end? Like, y'all, it's so bad to the point where even though you work, you more than likely can't even eat every day. Not even 3 times a day. Me, none. Yet they expect us to keep working with a smile on our face. Fuck all of that. I be seeing why people don't fucking want to work. They pay us a little bit of money, but make everything fucking expensive. I'll be damned if I'm putting my life on the line for $14, $15. And then the whole time, your ass can get hurt or die at the fucking job you're at. So now, you done fucking wasted your whole life being a hard worker to a company that don't give a fuck about what you got going on, don't give a fuck that you don't have nowhere to go, just don't give a good goddamn. And certain people will never understand the frustration. You guys will never understand unless you're going through it. There is no reason why hard workers can't afford to eat, can't afford to live, can't afford to pay rent. It is so much.
So, when is it that us normal, everyday, working class Americans finally get a break? Because I'm tired. I just got paid on Friday. It was for a full, 83 hours of work in 2 weeks. It's now Sunday, after I paid for bills. Just bills. And bought enough meat to get through for the week for my dogs. I have $23 in my bank account. And I still haven't bought groceries for myself for the next 2 weeks or put gas in my car. And somehow I'm supposed to be able to pay all these bills with these exceptionally rising costs. and still somehow manage to find a way to pay for student loans come January. That, mind you, Republicans are actively trying to make sure that we get no forgiveness on. Yeah, so that's happening.
Can somebody explain to me the premise behind paying taxes? Like, why do I get penalized because I make too much money? Huh? Is it that I have to pay for the shenanigans of the government because they can't keep their self balanced every single year? They're balancing they are constantly in the negative. But yet, I'm paying taxes because I make too much money. Happy tax day, people. I hope that you do not have to write a check like I just wrote, because that is the biggest check I've ever wrote in my life.
So, when is it that us normal, everyday, working class Americans finally get a break? Because I'm tired. I just got paid on Friday. It was for a full, 83 hours of work in 2 weeks. It's now Sunday, after I paid for bills. Just bills. And bought enough meat to get through for the week. For my dogs. I have $23 in my bank account. And I still haven't bought groceries for myself for the next 2 weeks or put gas in my car. And somehow I'm supposed to be able to pay all these bills with these exceptionally rising costs. And still somehow manage to find a way to pay for student loans come January. That, mind you, Republicans are actively trying to make sure that we get no forgiveness on. Yeah, so that's happening.
I don't believe we were put on this earth just to work, pay bills, pay taxes, and die. It has to be more to life.
I don't know how the fuck you guys do it. T-minus 2 hours until I have to clock in for work, and I just do not have the motivation in me. I just have this deep gut feeling that something is very fucking wrong. I'll never be able to afford a home. I'll never be able to afford a new car. I'll never be able to settle down with a woman and have fucking children and raise those children. The idea of even having a house and a wife and kids and a life of my own isn't even a fucking reality anymore. It's just work. And I work to pay bills. And then these holidays come back so fucking fast. And there's so much fucking pressure to feel like you have to spend a lot of money so that you can get your friends and family nice fucking presents. And it all just stresses me the fuck out anymore. I just wish I could live a normal fucking life, live like a normal fucking person. But I guess I'm the motherfucking piece of shit for the cost of living continuing to go up while the wages remain the same. Get a better job. You cannot work this fucking cost of living though. Fuck, bro.
I don't know how any of you guys are going and going and going. I know you gotta be at the same level of mental health as me. Every day it's something new. Between the fucking news and the fucking stupid Biden and stupid Trump. And this country's fucked. Every day we're spending more and more money. None of us are getting ahead. The rich people are the ones that are fucking getting ahead. I'm tired of struggling. I've done everything I can. I'm trying to be a good man. I take care of my daughter. I take care of my wife. The best I can. I can't keep going. Every day it's something new. And then on top of that, as if you're not trying to spend money, you have to. Fucking everything's expensive. I own a painting company. I still can't fucking make it. I'm fucking trying, man. I can't look at my daughter and my wife and know I'm failing.
How are people affording life right now? How are people tackling this cost of living?
We're not affording life right now. I can't afford anything. I work a good job, blue-collar job, have my degree, collecting dust on the wall. Rent, utilities, cell phone bill, food for me and my pets. The only things that I can afford. I'm a millennial. Everyone's asking, oh, so when are you going to get your house? I can't afford it. I don't qualify for benefits because I make too much money. I live in California. Our rent is atrocious. I have to have roommates. You can't afford anything. America needs to do better.
I am so tired of living my life in survival mode because despite having 2 college degrees and making close to $80,000 a year, I still cannot keep up with the cost of living. I still cannot afford all of my bills every month and have to live paycheck to paycheck. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I am sacrificing my mental health, my time, and my energy to take care of people in their most vulnerable moments, and a lot of the time they do not make it. At the very least, I should be able to pay my bills. And for anyone who's thinking, oh, well, you shouldn't have chose that job, somebody has to do it. And you know damn well, if your loved one was critically ill, you would want somebody to take care of them, right? Something has to give. I cannot keep doing this.
American work culture really be like, hey, come work for me, but before you do so, go to school for 4 years, rack up like $100K in debt. Now you can work for me, but I'm never going to pay you enough to ever be able to buy your own house or afford to own your own car. So you're always going to be basically slave laboring away just to rent a temporary spot on this planet and a temporary car to drive to get to the job that you need to pay off the debt that you needed to get the job. I just want to know where we went wrong and why that is the cycle and how to break free, because that just does not sound great to me.
Are people just okay with the way that the economy is right now? I mean, the amount of people that are struggling in this economy in 2024 and the amount of people that just don't care is ridiculous. This is not a Biden-Trump rant. This is like a genuine rant. Whatever is going on in Washington is not working.
No, that is why a lot of Americans are not paying their bills, and that is why 9 million people did not elect to pay their student loans. I think it's just that we're done complaining about it, and we're just going to just stop paying for everything. Health insurance is a scam, insurance is a scam, rent is a scam, food is a scam, jobs are a scam, living is a scam. We're over it.
This is your reminder. We are resting. Some of you may need to unplug completely from social media and the news because, as I have said, we are under spiritual attack. The goal is to break us spiritually, and some of y'all are already folding. Executive orders cannot change laws that Congress has made. So that order is not revoking the Civil Rights Act of 1965. What is happening is at the federal level. So federal employees and contractors. Is that bad? Yes. Is it as bad as y'all are crashing out for it to be? No. The most important thing for you to do right now is to take care of yourself. Please take some deep breaths in through the nose, hold for 4, and out through the mouth. Recenter yourself and ground yourself. Everything is going to be okay. Do we have work to do? Yes. Are we resting from solving other people's problems? Also, yes. But we must, and I mean must, get our spiritual house in order and regulate our emotions, regulate our nervous systems. That will help us learn to respond and not react. My visceral reaction was to crash out when I first saw it too. But because I have regulated my emotions and my nervous system, I did some homework and found out what really is going on. This is probably going to conclude part 1, and I will be back with a second part later. because right now I need you to just focus on deep cleansing breaths and recentering yourself.
Donald Trump has revoked the Equal Rights Employment Opportunity. Hey, this act literally outlawed discrimination in hiring when it comes to race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. So when y'all say he's good for the economy for who? This man is setting us back in time. So when we ask, what part of America were we so great that you want to get back to? Apparently, before 1965, when employers had the right to discriminate against anybody they wanted to. On the internet, I've been chastised by conservatives for being stuck in the past for the past 5 years. Just for this man to get back in office and make legislation that sets us back in the past years, it sounds like y'all been projecting. You're obsessed with the past. You're stuck in the past. So the same folks that call us lazy for saying it's hard to get a job has now passed a policy that makes it harder to get a job, huh? Because what does it mean to revoke a policy that said discrimination was bad? I can see it now. Here come the shallow free thinkers in my comment section talking about, man, it's pretty clever that he did this though because it was helping us anyway. Man, shut up. They claim they're on radical change though, right? But if you revoke a policy that's been the law of the land for over 50 years, 60 years, how is that not radical change? Education is elevation, and I'm not telling you this to be outraged. I'm telling you this so you can be aware.
So what I learned today is a lot of people, a lot of y'all you don't care about your history. You don't care about the people that made sacrifices for you to be able to be where you are today, to be able to do the things that you're able to do, to be able to have the opportunities that you're able to have. You don't care about it. I just got off the phone with my mom, who just got off the phone with her mom, my grandmother, who she had to console because she was boo-hoo crying. And my mom didn't realize why. My grandmother was crying because she had saw the news that the orange man in charge had just put an executive order to repeal the Equal Opportunity Employment Act of the Civil Rights Act of 1965. Now understand, before that executive order was placed, that stood for over 50 years. An employer could literally tell you to your face, well, I'm sorry, I don't hire black people. I don't hire women. And no consequences. They could literally be just that discriminatory towards people. And the reason that it upset my grandmother so much is because she remembers my great-grandmother and great-grandfather, her parents, the sacrifices, the marching, the hard working, the speaking out and trying to help change, trying to help get these opportunities for us, and the sacrifices these people made to their own families, not to being around their families sometimes because they were fighting for the good of us as a people, as a whole. And all this time later, to see what you might think is trivial, what you might think is small, to see something that they worked, sacrificed, clawed, and scratched for be taken away by the stroke of a pen. And all because a few of us, not saying a lot of us, a few of us, because it was 92% and 80%. But every one of us counts. And a few of us decided a little bit of money was more important than preserving our history, than preserving the things that we fought for, to be able to have opportunities in this place. It's just sad, man. It's sad that, the further we get away from those times, the further our elders pass away and leave this world, and we aren't taught the things we need to be taught, and the knowledge isn't passed on to us. The further we get from that, the more and more easily it's going to be for things to roll back and go back in that direction. And I mean, it's unfortunate, but hey, man, just gotta keep grinding, keep fighting a good fight, and look for better days, work towards better days. But
I'm going to be very short and very to the point. To the white people watching this, and especially to the white people that know me in the real world, my friends, okay? Today, Trump did away with the Equal Employment Opportunity Act. You know the history of that, and you know why it had to be implemented in the first place. So when you went in that booth If you cast your vote for Donald Trump, we're done. If you didn't hear me the other times I've said it, I just want to reiterate it now. You cannot vote for somebody that takes away the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, knowing the history behind it and why it had to be put in place. You can't cast your vote for him and look at me and tell me that you love me. You're done. And I mean that for life. Unfucking believable. They try to paint it as this saving grace for civil rights when really they just want to fill the federal government with all of their selected employees that are loyalists no matter what. So even after the 4 years that Donald Trump is done, even if another MAGA loyalist or Republican takes the presidency, they still have to go through all of this bullshit because now you got only MAGA federal employees. No diversity, no inclusion. Talking about some fucking based off merit. We know what it has to be based off. Did you bend the knee to Donald Trump? Cool. You now have a job in the federal government. We fired everybody else. You knew what you were voting for. Donald Trump knows he cannot run again. If you think you think they're doing all this shit just to disappear in 4 years, they're setting it up for the long game. They're setting it up for the fucking long game. So now if I go in and I want to get a loan for a home, if I want to get a business loan, I guarantee you it's going to be so much easier for the white man who they love and select to get a loan than it is for me to start my business. Fast forward into the next generation, my bloodline is now affected because I couldn't start my business as soon as this guy could because he's white and he got the loan. It's an example, but do you see how shit like this affects generation after generation after generation? We get robbed of opportunities because of your selfish ass vote. Did he sign an executive order for price gouging? Did he sign a fucking executive order for these grocery stores to stop looking at you with no fucking money and increasing the prices anyway? That's what he told y'all. Where's the executive order for that? Oh, well, it's a process and it's complicated. It can't, excuses. Like it always fucking is from y'all. Done, dude. Out my fucking face, man. Think about how big of a fucking pussy you have to be, man. You don't want anybody criticizing you or speaking out against your ideology, so you try to suppress the flow of information and social media because you're a strong leader, but you can't take fucking criticism. And then on top of that, when you lose or when your people lose, you blame it on fucking DEI and the corrupt government. Because the guy who you fucking lost to is not fucking white, but he's also more qualified than you. You can't fucking wrap your head around that. You have fucking terminal, incurable hatred in your heart. And it's genuinely not until recently I had to accept that even those type of people can fucking exist. I cannot control your existence, but I can control your access to my fucking life, bro. Out of here.
Some breaking news here. Donald Trump has just revoked the Equal Opportunity Employment Executive Order signed by LBJ back in 1965. Now, this was a bedrock policy. This was highly impactful back in the 1960s. Women and men of color were trying hard to have careers in the government, and this helped them. From what I understand, from what I was reading up on the articles and everything, is that he's trying to basically going to start cutting DEI hires, employees and whatnot out of the federal government. Now, a lot of people are upset about this, and a lot of people also need to understand why he's doing this. And I am not saying I agree with it. However, this is basically him trying to get rid of the stigma of, hey, because you're trans or you're black or you're gay or you're a woman or you're colored of any kind of an ethnicity, that you are a diversity hire, which in and of itself is insulting to people of different creeds, sexes, religions, backgrounds, races, to sit there and say, I'm hiring you because of this, because they want to use you like a mascot to bring other people in to, you know, following them, voting for them, supporting them, because they go, hey, look, I've got the trans person, the black person, the woman, the, you know, that kind of thing. That I disagree with that ever being okay, because that's just as bigoted as being against those people, because you're just using them as bait. This is still not the best thing, because he's going to start firing people who have probably been doing their jobs. and they're just minding their own business. So I disagree with the fact that he is going to be rolling that back, because I feel like that's going to set a further precedent that it's okay, and that I'm worried that other businesses and companies are going to try to follow this. Not saying that they legally could, because this is, as far as I'm aware, it only affects the federal government. So I don't want to fearmonger here, but let me know what you guys think down below, because some of these executive orders and rollbacks he's doing are very, very, very jarring, to say the least.
I'm gonna keep it really short and sweet, but Donald Trump did away with the Equal Employment Opportunity Act today, and if you voted for him, we cannot be friends. We can't be associated with one another, because your vote was personal.
Blacks for Trump. Get y'all ass in here. Are you proud of yourselves? You feeling good about yourself now? Now that your boy done went in there and revoked the Civil Rights Act of 65. Yeah. He just erased the Civil Rights Act. That same act that gave us even footing in the job market. That same act that made them include us in the hiring process in those jobs. Because before the Civil Act was completed, we didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting some of the positions that now black people hold. And it's not a hands up. It's not giving an unqualified candidate a chance. It's giving qualified candidates a chance, because the system was set up to always keep them down, to always not include them, to always make sure that you never get on certain levels. Well, that is back. Republicans for Trump, black Republicans for Trump, y'all might as well go ahead and hang them goddamn suits up. Yeah, the suits y'all was swagging in, and all y'all little executive positions, all in those presidents and vice presidents and all of that. Get ready. Get ready. Because they're going to snatch those damn positions as well.
For every black Republican, I really want y'all to take a long look in the mirror and ask, do you love the color of your skin? Because y'all allowed this man in office. It's something that our ancestors fought for, got beat for, got dogs on them, got sprayed with water hoses, got hung for. They fought for these rights for us, and y'all squandered them away for money. Y'all squandered them away just to be closer to white people. What a disgrace y'all are to our community. My mom wasn't even born when this shit came through. My mom wasn't even born. And you mean to tell me y'all let this man take this from us? Something our ancestors fought for? Y'all really let that shit happen? If you are black and you voted for this man, go play in traffic. Because this shit right here, this should have never happened. Everybody is about to suffer for this. Everybody. Everybody. Race, color, religion, national origin. This man is making America white again before Jim Crow, and we told y'all that. We told y'all he is trying to take us back to Jim Crow. And y'all sat there and y'all said, I don't want DEI. I don't want an advantage. DEI is not a fucking advantage. It's just to put us in the room because we're just as qualified as any other white man. And y'all let this shit go down.
Target loses $15.7 billion since it ended its DEI initiatives. I'll give you 3 things about that. Number 1, the Montgomery bus boycott in Montgomery, Alabama lasted 381 days. Target announced it was ending its DEI initiatives on January 24th. Today's February 18th. This is less than a month of people being deliberate and choosy with how they spend their dollars. With the access to information we have and the reach we all have collectively on social media, imagine what we can accomplish in 381 days. Thing number 2. This money is going somewhere else. I've seen lists by the NAACP and other organizations that highlight companies that have doubled down on their DEI initiatives. These are companies like Costco, Ben & Jerry's, JP Morgan Chase that have rebuffed pressure from conservatives to scrap their DEI initiatives. Thing number 3, this shit works. There is nothing organizations born out of capitalism understand more than market trends. And nothing lights a fire under a CEO's ass more than loss of market share and revenue. These companies only care when it affects their wallet. If you're looking to be heard, that's how you make them hear up.
President Trump, if you see this, please save us.
I love the poorly educated. There's always a signal about what his next move is going to be. And the big orange man, based on this post yesterday, which should scare the hell out of everyone, is about to do something very sinister. He's about to do something that's going to throw us deeper into a constitutional crisis. We are already in one. We have been in that since day one, when he started dismantling U.S. agencies. We are going to be further in this. And we don't know what exactly is coming, but it's something major. He's hinting this. He's putting this out there to get the support that he thinks he needs publicly, and then he will engage in his action. Is it going to be denying a court order? Is it going to be taking over another country? Is he going to leave Ukraine out to dry? Turn on our NATO allies? I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. Maybe I'll go back and read Project 2025. It might be in there. One thing is for sure, though. The moment he ignores the courts and doesn't act on their orders, that's the moment we've lost our country. We are no longer a democracy, a constitutional republic, whatever you want to call it. We will not be that anymore at that point. Your freedoms that you take for granted could be taken away at that point. Just think about that. We've already had some of those things taken away through the process. Just imagine if that process is gone, what else will happen? I chose family, I chose women, I chose America.
I don't even know what else to say. Have a day.
Hello. I was a federal worker who had 1 month left of her probationary period, and today I was told that I will be terminated at some point this week. I'm utterly devastated. I'm confused because my recent performance evaluation was exceptional and I got upwards of $1,500 as a bonus because my performance was so good. And this was my dream job, and it's just being taken away by an administration who doesn't care about science. It doesn't care about people who might be homeless with their dog now. They don't care about our species that we're trying to conserve. That's exactly what my job was doing. It was just to assess habitat conservation for species for a 55-year habitat conservation plan. We should all be so mad right now. We should all be crying like this because I'm just devastated.
I regret my vote. I never thought I'd say that, but I regret my vote. I voted for Trump. And now, in the first few weeks of his presidency, thousands of people are losing their jobs. I lost my job. I was the director of operations of bear studies. For the last 4 years, we've been studying whether or not bears in fact shit in the woods. And now it's gone. It's all gone. What am I supposed to tell my family? What am I supposed to tell them? If you voted for Trump, I don't even know what to say except fuck you. All the money being taken and all the jobs being lost.
I don't know what to do.
Make America great again is a bad thing. You took my tip away. I didn't mean to disrespect you. If you took your tip away. You did that.
These are the same people who voted for Donald Trump because they thought they would be negatively affected by Kamala Harris's tax plan, even though they literally drive for DoorDash. Don't mistake me, there's nothing wrong with driving for DoorDash or Uber Eats. I'm not looking down on the profession. I'm just saying, if that is your profession, you were always going to be safe from those tax plans and those tax increases. But also, aren't these the same people who love to tell us, well, I can do whatever I want. I can wear my Make America Great hat as I drive around delivering DoorDash, and there's nothing you can do about it because it's free speech. Like, yeah, you can wear it, and there might be repercussions. And in this instance, the repercussion was that your driver saw it and said, nah, no tip. Freedom of speech only applies to the government punishing you. It also does not equal freedom from consequences. You want to wear that stupid hat around while you're driving? That's fine. You might lose another tip.
I just need to say it. We told you so. We told you so. We told you so. We told you so. Just about everything. Everything that's about to happen, we told you so. We were like, hey, it's going to be bad. If he comes back, he's back. It's already getting bad. We told you so. We spent months telling you so, over and over and over again. Do I want to be the one to tell you that we told you so? No, I don't want to be the one, but I have to be the one. The way to have me not be the one to tell you that we told you so is if we had actually been able to stop it. But you didn't want to stop it. No. We wanted to stop it. We didn't want it to happen. We told you so repeatedly. And then when we would tell you so, you'd say, where's the proof? And we'd point to, I don't know, a 900-page document with all the things that they planned on doing. We would point to the fact they were holding up signs during rallies specifically saying what they were going to do. The fact that he leaned into a microphone in front of thousands of people and said into the microphone, this is what I'm going to do. And then hundreds of cameras caught it and live streamed it to millions of people. We told you so. Every time you open your phone for the next however many years and you see a new horror erupt, a new horrifying thing that is happening and you're like, how can we stop this? Just remember, we told you so.
Donald Trump is a type of Jesus Christ. When Jesus breathed his last breath on the cross, they took him down, they wrapped him in clothes, and they stuck him in a borrowed tomb, thinking they would never have to hear from him again, rejoicing that the Savior had been crucified once and for all. What they didn't know was 3 days later when they went to check, the tomb was empty. Praise be to God, the Savior had risen. In 2020, they put Donald J. Trump in a political tomb.
This is why we don't take you people seriously, by the way. Here's a guy literally worshiping a false idol, okay? Comparing Donald Trump, the least godly man on the face of the earth right now, to Jesus Christ. Donald Trump, serial adulterer, lying, cheating, wife-coveting assaultist, is like Jesus Christ, your God? Really? This is obviously a very extreme example of somebody who's completely lost the plot. But you guys, Christian conservatives, this is basically what you're saying. We're going to restore morality to America, good Christian values, and to do that, we're going to entrust the most morally bankrupt, vicious, vile human being on earth. Make up your mind. You can't have both, you weird hypocrites.
It's been, what? It's been like 2 weeks? 2 weeks. I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote? In 2 weeks, I went from the highest high to being unemployed. Lost my job last night, got a phone call. The repercussions of what Elon Musk are doing with the USAID has real repercussions for real people. For the last 7 years, I have been a shift lead on Project Bus, where we studied to find out if the wheels on the bus went round around or not. And all of a sudden, Elon, who's not even elected, gets in, and I'm out of a job. What do I tell my family? What do I tell my kids? This isn't a joke. This USAID stuff is not a joke, man. It's affecting real people. And the worst part is, what
What if we never figure out? What if we never figure out if in fact the wheels on the bus do go round and round? Does nobody care?
Hey, MAGA rats, the Republicans just dropped their new bill in terms of what they want to do for the economy, and they're cutting Social Security, Medicaid, SNAP, which is like food stamps, Meals on Wheels. They're not putting in the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. They were never going to put that in. You stupid fucks fell for that. They said that in order to get you to vote for them, because the Conservative Party knows that in order to get votes, they need to appease to the stupidest people in the United States. That's not my opinion. There is data to prove this. If you vote right-wing, you are most likely less educated than me. That's because the more educated you are, the more likely you are to vote for a Democratic candidate. That's not my opinion. That is statistics. If you voted MAGA, you're probably dumb. Cry about it, bitch about it, moan about it. I couldn't give less of a fuck. But MAGA, why do you want to cut benefits for the VA? Why do you want to get rid of Medicaid, which is healthcare for 72 million Americans? Why do you want to get rid of SNAP benefits, which is how 42 million Americans get their food? Why do you want to do all of these things that will destroy the country, and then at the same time you advocate for the billionaire class? Why is it that you are advocating for your own demise? Does it have something to do with the fact that you're unironically dumber than a medieval peasant? Does it have something to do with that?
Donald Trump is opening up a can of worms that I have not seen any other politician ever speak on. When it comes to this birthright issue, he is basically saying that the birthright amendment, the 14th Amendment, was created for slaves.
The only country that has it to that extent, and it wasn't meant, if you look, it was really meant for children of slaves. This is when it happened, the children of slaves. It was not meant for everyone to come into our country by airplane or...
And it's crazy because you got Ann Coulter, of all people, saying that black Americans are basically being used, by other people to come here and get these rights. And it's interesting because the 13th Amendment that emancipated us was in 1865. And the 14th Amendment that gave these rights of citizenship was in 1868, 3 years later. So clearly, and even when you read on it, it was clearly to address the people that had been free of slavery, and now, of course, they had to deal with issues of citizenship. And it just trips me how I don't want to start trouble, but just how people have not honored our ancestors. And at the end of the day, come to find out, so many people have been able to immigrate and get citizenship in this country because of our ancestors. Isn't that a beautiful thing? But have they been honored? And now the fact that it's being taken away, I just don't know what to say. But it's an argument that I never understood until now. And no, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, but you can't argue. You can't argue history. Thanks to my ancestors for everything that they sacrificed to give me this right. Have a good day.
Well, you guys, it happened. Lost my job today after 13 years. Never thought a president could affect me this much. Never. Donald Trump. Guess now we'll never know how many licks it takes to get to the senator of the Tootsie Pop roll. Fuck!
I never thought this day will come. Well, I'm gonna regret what I did. I really regret voting for this guy. I'm working on this program for the sound power phones batteries. We're researching these batteries for these sound power phones, and they cut off our funding. It is really sad. You get to the office and they tell you, we're no longer going to fund your research for these batteries for these sound power phones. And what makes me sad is that these batteries were going to make such an impact on the lives of the Republic troops, especially the sailors out there. And these are for vital communications on board the ships. So I truly regret now my vote. And I hope more people speak up just like I did.
They're coming after women's suffrage, women's right to vote. You heard me.
There is a bill that has already passed the House of Representatives called the SAVE Act that within it restricts married women's ability to vote. How is that possible? Well, as part of the law, it requires that the name on your voter ID that you show when you go to the polls match that on your birth certificate. Now, when women get married in this country, the majority of them change their last name to that of their husbands. Their ID no longer matches what's on their birth certificate, their maiden name. Under this law, they would no longer be allowed to vote. Only their husband would be allowed to vote. There is nothing in the law currently that has any provision for name changes for marriage. And this honestly is straight out of Project 2025, where they want the man or the head of the household to have the one vote for the entire family. So this is the first step in attacking a woman's right to vote. As for taking away all of our voting rights, that can only be done via a constitutional amendment. The 19th Amendment gave us the right to vote, and the only way to permanently undo that would be another constitutional amendment. But what Congress is trying to do is make it as difficult as possible for as many women as possible to vote. So call your representatives, and importantly, call your senators, because it has already passed the House. You need to call your senators and say, hey, we do not support this. You cannot restrict a woman's right to vote just because she changed her name when she got married.
Kentucky's $9 billion whiskey industry in crisis as Gen Z drinkers shun bourbon, and the tariffs, this is the important part, takes their tolls. Without significant changes in consumer behavior, or which is not going to happen because you can't. Maybe you can. Maybe you can force people to drink whiskey. Trump could pass a law. Donald Trump could pass, that's it. Donald Trump needs to pass a law and force children in schools to start drinking whiskey for lunch. Instead of milk, you get whiskey. You get bourbon. You get Kentucky bourbon in schools, public schools. I think I'm onto something. Oh, fuck me. Where was I going with this? Changes in consumer behavior or resolution and don't trade disputes. Oh, that's it. That was the point. Donald Trump's tariffs have fucked bourbon producers in Kentucky. Or junior high students need to start substituting fruit roll-ups and what the fuck is in those foil things? They need to substitute Powerade with Kentucky bourbon. Fucking morons. God damn it. Now my stogie went out. Fuck.
All right. I got a $9 billion FAFO. A $9 billion FAFO for the state of Kentucky. Come on forward, everyone. Listen to this.
At Michter's Distillery in Louisville, iconic Kentucky bourbon is distilled, aged, bottled, and shipped to more than 80 countries. Their largest foreign market, Canada, where most provinces are now defiantly pulling American liquor from store shelves.
It's definitely caused a hit to our business.
Andrea Wilson is Michter's chief operating officer.
Orders have been canceled. That's the reality of it. Already orders have been canceled. Yes, we have $115,000 of product sitting.
That product is just sitting here in Michter's warehouse with Canada-specific labels on these bottles in English and in French. They don't know what to do with this, and if nothing changes, they fear their losses will grow.
Multiple Kentucky whiskey distilleries are filing for bankruptcy. I find this so sad, okay? I'm not in the business of alcohol, but I do find this really sad because it feels like it didn't have to happen. I know that Canada, is one of their biggest clients. They used to sell a lot of their whiskey and I think other stuff, bourbon or whatever, products to Canada. And it's really unfortunate because of a lot of the boycotting and Canadians choosing to, drink more local and support Canadian businesses more, especially in this time. I find it really sad. I hate to see businesses go under. This affects, imagine who knows how long they've been in business. It could be 100 years or 50 years or something. And families, a lot of these times would run these kind of businesses, and it affects the community and people lose jobs. It's bad for everybody, I just feel really bad. Somebody said, well, one of the reasons is that young people are just not drinking whiskey anymore, young people are not they just drink beer or cheaper things or whatever. And I just find that not true. Okay. People still drink a lot of whiskey. Think of all the bars, nightclubs, pubs, and restaurants that supply whiskey, bourbon, and other, distilled alcohol. They use it in all kinds of recipes, not just like a shot of whiskey or a rye and coke or something like that. It's didn't have to happen. It really didn't have to happen. So that's all I gotta say.
Yes, Kentucky is a red state. Yes, Kentucky voted for Donald Trump. This is a $9 billion FAFO.
Hey, you all remember when these tariff wars were first kicking off and Trump was running his mouth off about Canada being the 51st state and making all these threats? And in retaliation against these threats, Canadian liquor stores pulled American products off their shelves, including Kentucky whiskey and Kentucky bourbon. And I seem to distinctly remember how a CEO was downplaying the importance and the significance of this by saying it was more or less not a big deal and that they'll be fine. Well, guess what's happening? The headline says it all. Someone cue the sad trombone.
Oh, but I think y'all feel like people picking on Fawn and her husband, but they're not. And you being a financial broker should know this. You should already recognize these red flags. I know you know. You gotta know if you're a financial person. Let's go over to Kentucky, to the whiskey industry, and I'm gonna show y'all, in my opinion, why this isn't about race or anything like that. As you see here, the man with the dead hand won Kentucky in a major way. And we know that elections have consequences. Now, this is red county land, red MAGA land, white Kentucky. I'm just saying it's more white than it is black, I believe. So you have Luca Mariano Whiskey Distillery that filed bankruptcy. They didn't pay their bills either. This ain't a black and white issue, y'all. I'm just going to tell you. This is their district. This is Boyle County. Bankruptcy. First company. Next up is Garrett Distillery. Bankruptcy. This ain't no black area now. This is how they voted for him. Elections have consequences. This is not a race issue. I know people think it is, but it's really not. And finally, we have the Whiskey House in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Let me show you their district. I believe this is their district. Hardin. I think that's it. And from a numbers perspective, you have to streamline what you're doing, stick to the budget, and do right. Don't overexert yourself. It ain't just, it's a lot of people that's filing bankruptcy. So if you know these people filing bankruptcy, I would do the right thing so I wouldn't file bankruptcy. I'm not saying they're gonna file bankruptcy, but, I know a lot of y'all want to make it about a black issue and they trying to destroy black people, but the white folks going out of business quicker than the blacks. This is a character issue.
Did you hear about this? A perfect storm just crushed Kentucky's $9 billion whiskey industry. Here's what's going on. In the last 8 months, 3 major distilleries filed for bankruptcy. 23,000 jobs gone. Why? Well, first, Gen Z. They're not drinking as much as they used to. They prefer weed over whiskey. Second, the European nation slapped massive tariffs on U.S. whiskey. At the same time, producers flooded the market betting that a boom would last forever, but it didn't. It tanked. In Canada, that was the final nail in the coffin. They hit U.S. whiskey with a 25% tariff, then pulled it off their shelves completely in retaliation against Trump's trade war. Now we have a 200-year-old American tradition that is circling the drain. What do you think? Can U.S. whiskey be saved? And if so, how? Drop your thoughts and hit the follow button to stay in the loop.
Several countries have suspended some, if not all, of their postal shipments to the United States of America due to tariffs. Mexico announced today that they will also be stopping shipments to America due to the ongoing tariff situation, joining the ranks of several other countries, including Australia, Belgium, Canada, Germany, India, Japan, the Netherlands, Singapore, and South Korea, just to name a few. This comes as the exemption label de minimis is set to expire, which allows packages under $800 to be sent to America tariff-free. A total of 1.36 billion packages was sent in 2024 tariff-free from Mexico alone, totaling upwards of $65 billion worth of goods. This comes at a time where summer's ending and the holidays are rolling around, and America imports most of the things that it buys for consumer goods, and Mexico is definitely one of our biggest and most important trade partners for consumer goods. So we have most of the world suspending some, if not all, shipments to America starting the end of this month, starting this week under this president. And this is not clicking for a lot of people, but a lot of Americans don't understand where the supply chain starts and ends, or how things are made and how tariffs affect every part of the supply chain. And like I said, holidays are coming around, and when you do not have the money to pay for the increased price of your goods or your toys or your gaming systems, because Asia, Europe, Australia, and now Mexico are cutting off shipments to us, I don't know what to tell you.
Postal services around the world are suspending shipments to the U.S. this week due to confusion over tariffs.
Trump's tariffs continue to throw a wrench into the U.S. shipping industry. DHL announced it is pausing shipping packages and postal items to the U.S. Yesterday, the German shipping company said it is a response to new U.S. customs and shipping regulations.
Breaking news just in from Australia Post announcing it is suspending the majority of its exports to the United States.
The world has started suspending shipments to the United States because of tariffs. Today is Friday, August 22nd, and we have multiple countries that have reported they will no longer be shipping items to the U.S. until further notice. That includes services like DHL from Germany, Royal Mail from the UK, Austria Post from Austria, obviously, B Post and Nordic Post from Scandinavia and Belgium, Korea, Singapore, Japan, all out, and e-commerce sites like Etsy have also stopped allowing sellers from shipping to the United States if they are not within the borders. On top of the countries I've already named, e-commerce websites that have an international presence have also stopped issuing shipping labels for Canada and Australia. So if you are expecting a parcel from outside of the United States to come to your house at some point in the near future, or we're planning on buying something, there's a great chance that you're either not going to get it or you're going to wait a long time, and the tariff bill will be coming. So does this mean America's great again? Maybe?
Today, the Trump administration is ending a nearly 100-year-old rule that let packages under $800 enter the U.S. duty-free. Now, even small packages from abroad will face tariffs.
30 countries now. 30. Have suspended all or some mail services into the United States. Why? Because the Muppet running the show decided on Friday to issue an executive order ending the de minimis rule. The de minimis rule is what exempted all packages $800 and less from tariffs, mostly because the cost of collecting those tariffs costs more than any tariffs they're going to recoup from that. This is big, folks. 30 countries. Bunch in Europe, Germany, England, France. Sorry, UK, not England. Spain, Italy, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Denmark. If you order things, Etsy is not even giving shipping labels to the United States for shops that are located outside of the United States. So all that little stuff that we order, craft stuff, knickknacks, care packages, are not coming into the United States anymore. Because Someone decided that we weren't getting enough tariff money, so we got to tariff fucking everything. And it's only going to get worse.
Overseas, you might want to hit pause. Global mail carriers are suspending deliveries to the US, and here's why. Postal services in Germany, India, France, the UK, New Zealand, South Korea, Japan, Switzerland, and more are halting package deliveries to the US. Why? It all comes down to a trade rule you probably never heard of called de minimis. De minimis is a Latin phrase meaning something trivial or insignificant. Under the de minimis rule, foreign packages worth under $800 could enter the US duty-free. But now that loophole is gone, President Trump signed an executive order ending it as part of a broader crackdown on what the White House calls deceptive shipping practices and duty evasion. Starting this Friday, any package over $100, even a small online order, could face full import duties depending on the country of origin. And international shippers are scrambling. Postal services say the US didn't provide clear guidance, and they're unsure how to handle the new customs and tax rules. Mail carriers from multiple countries are putting US-bound packages on hold while they update their system. One official said the US hasn't made it clear how duties will be collected, who pays them, or how to report the charges. So if you're expecting a package from overseas or sending one, don't be surprised if it's delayed. Global shipping just got more complicated.
Well, here's something I never wanted to do. We just received an email from Australia Post this morning, basically stating that they are halting all deliveries to the US, temporarily halting them. A lot of our customers are in the US, so this is going to be a very interesting thing to navigate. So temporarily, what we're actually going to do is suspend shipping on our website for anyone outside of Australia, just in case, well, basically until we can get all this sorted and actually find out. You may or may not know, but I think as of the 29th of August, they're going to be implementing an additional tariff. We don't even know what that's going to be. So to be safe on our side and also your side, we are temporarily suspending any shipping to the US. But watch this space.
We talk about how the rest of the world just stopped shipping packages to the United States. I had a friend from Europe send me a small package and it got returned to them, which we found weird at the time, but now the news has come out that basically all of Europe is halting shipping packages to the US. I guess the reason being if it was a small enough package there was an exemption to the tariffs, but that deadline passed, so now that exemption is no longer in place. So basically all small packages like small businesses or gifts or anything like that, the tariffs are now in place for these things. But I think the real problem is nobody knows how to navigate the tariffs. Again, I'm not an expert on this, but from what I understand is that none of the other post offices from around the world know what the heck to do because there isn't like a clear framework. All the while here in the US, we can't get packages from small businesses outside of the US now, or gifts from people like relatives or anything like that. How is this a good thing? Who does this help? I think we're just cut off from the rest of the world now, unless we're buying from a big company. Hopefully it's just temporary and it gets resolved, but this is really weird. Things just feel off. The vibes are off, right? Am I alone in this? It increasingly feels like we're an island in the middle of this continent now, just like cut off from the rest of the world, but not all at once, like just a little bit more and more each day. It's an icky feeling, and I don't like it. This feels like huge news to me, and it feels like no one's really talking about it, so just curious why that is. I mean, isn't this like a huge deal?
I love a good FAFO moment, and boy, did this MAGA supporter have one. Vincent Scardina, a small business owner who has a roofing company in Key West, voted for Donald Trump this year. And then on May 27th, ICE swooped in and abducted 6 of his workers, a third of his workforce. He lamented about how difficult it is to hire new people in a small community unlike a big city. He said sometimes it even takes years to train them. He also shared a story of another person in the community who lost 9 out of his 10 landscaping employees, basically putting him out of business. All of the abducted employees of his were from Nicaragua, and they had valid work permits and no criminal records. Scardina even got emotional during the interview, saying that he considers many of these people his friends and has gotten to know their families. Talk about being out of touch with reality. Needless to say, he says he has some buyer's remorse.
Thought of the day. Joe Biden. And if you voted for him and don't regret it, you too.
Today's the day that I turned my truck in. I Between the shops and the insurance and everything else that goes with it, the payments, I went broke. Put it mildly, I just went broke. Got to turn my truck in. Love my truck. I tried my best. It's the worst day of my life.
I don't give up. Is this you? Yeah, that's you.
I said what I said, Joe Biden. Say one good thing about Joe Biden. He'll be dead soon, and then...
May you forever live in this energy that you created for yourself. May you have the day you deserve for the rest of your life.
MAGA, let this be a lesson to you that you shouldn't let it get this far. It's already gone too fucking far. And here's the thing. You fucking people that are like, oh, I didn't vote for this. The fuck you didn't. You voted for this. You wanted this. But in a Republican world, and as a woman who worked in politics for 22 years, trust me, I fucking know Republican world. In a Republican world, if it doesn't happen to you or people that you love and respect, then it never happened. It's a lie. That's never happened. And that's the fucking problem. Republicans, you need to wake the fuck up. This is happening to people. Before it has to happen to you on a personal fucking level, I need you to wake the fuck up. I need you to see that this is happening outside your world, and that you're going to do something about it. I know it's very scary. It'll be very, very scary, but fucking do something about it. It's pathetic. It's pathetic as fuck. It's 2025. I should not have to talk to American citizens like this, but here I am. Here the fuck I am talking to you guys like this. Do better, be better, and your sky daddy's fucking disappointed in you.
It's financially as well as emotionally. It takes a toll.
Vincent, you voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
He thought the Trump administration was going to focus solely on deporting criminals. It seems immigration officials, he says, are just trying to meet quotas now. 6 Nicaraguan men who on May 27th were detained along US 1 in Sugarloaf Key on their way to a job. Their immigration attorney says it should not have happened because 5 of the 6 have their paperwork in order with pending asylum cases. Vincent Scardina is the owner of the roofing company where they worked. He's owned it 37 years.
You become their friends, just not an employer, but a friend. And you see what happens to their family. It's quite a shock.
Given his support for the president, we asked what he would tell the commander-in-chief if he had a chance.
What happened here? This situation is just blatantly not at all what they said emotionally.
Get those crocodile tears away from me. Stop acting, bro. Stop acting like you didn't know. Come on. Come on. You just didn't think it would happen to you.
The Trump admin and ICE are not deporting hardworking illegal immigrants from farms and small businesses.
Well, you're obviously not going to take it from me. We've only been telling you a million fucking times now that yes, he is going after hardworking people, not just criminals. If you're not going to believe me, that's fine. I will give it to you from the horse's fucking mouth. Here you go. A Trump supporter himself, a man who voted for Donald Trump, who owns a business, had his whole fucking crew picked up and taken and deported, even though they were here legally. I'll roll the clip.
You voted for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. They did everything right. And they all had their work permits. What I understood from what he has said and from what ICE officials have said, that is not at all what they're doing. And then all the representatives of them are stating the same thing. That's not what we're doing. We're going after the criminals. Well, what happened here?
For fuck's sake, even the founder of Latinas for Trump, who worked tirelessly to get Donald Trump elected, came out and said, yo, This is not what I voted for. Granted, I would say that yes, Donald Trump screamed from the rooftops that this was exactly what he was going to do. But many people are waking up to the fact, even his own supporters, to know this man is not just deporting criminals, but rather going after hardworking families, people who are here legally, who are going to their court dates and picking them up and deporting them. And if you don't want to believe me, that's fine. But believe the people who voted for Donald Trump, your own people who are telling you this isn't right. Anyways, my name is Mercedes Chandler. Give me a follow or you won't see my face again. Thank you. Goodbye.
It's financially as well as emotionally.
No. You voted for this. We warned you. We told you how bad it would be. And you wouldn't listen, so now live with it.
Hey guys, I'm back with my multi-part video series on why I am starting to regret my vote for Trump. So this video is going to touch on racism and the mass deportations that are taking place. I just want to start the video by saying I'm not looking to justify my choices or make excuses, simply explaining my thought process and my decision-making process going into the election in hopes that I can reach other MAGAs who are ready to leave the cult. So let's start with his comments about the cats and dogs. When I first heard that comment, I did think that it was one of the dumbest things that I had ever heard. I never thought that it was true, but instead of doing anything about it, I just kind of brushed it off as a joke, which you definitely shouldn't do. I minimized his behavior by turning it into a joke. And now I kind of want to touch on the mass deportation that's happening right now. So we are told that it's just illegal criminals that are being deported. Like when I voted for deportations and stronger border control, I did not think that it would happen the way that it is. I truly think that it is illegal. It goes against our Constitution. And that's just how I feel. It's really sad and disheartening that people are okay with everyday people who pay taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, are getting deported for absolutely no reason at all. MAGA, this is so hard to see. I don't understand it, and I hope that you guys are just ignorant to it and you're not actually in support of it. But anyways, I want to get back to the part where I just minimized the behavior. We were told it was just illegal immigrants. We were told that they want to protect the women. This is the best way to protect the women. All the criminals are going to leave. You know, it's going to be safer for us. Just remember cases like Laken Riley. And it was just really kind of shoved down our throats, I guess, that they were protecting women. And I, like many other MAGAs, fell for it. I just wanted to make the country a better place for our citizens. I didn't think that they were going to start deporting literally anyone and everyone that looks different. I don't think it's right to racially profile, which is exactly what they're doing. And I I don't agree with it at all. I don't support Guantanamo Bay. Sorry if I did say that wrong. I don't think that prisons should be built. I know I don't want my taxpayer money going towards that. I also just want to point out that Trump's administration said, like, this is for the greater good. And we're protecting families. And only, illegal criminals are being targeted. I still think MAGA doesn't know what's happening or that it goes against our Constitution at all. And I really hope this reaches you guys, because this is really such like a disheartening thing to see. But yeah, that's basically all I have for the racism. I know Trump has been racist towards other cultures. All I can say is I don't know enough to speak on those topics because I was ignorant and I am trying to learn and grow from that. All you can do is learn. So, thanks for listening.
In 2 weeks, I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote?
I never thought I'd say that, but I regret my vote. I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump, and I regret it now.
As a Hispanic, I voted for Donald J. Trump. Dude, I regret it so much, man.
I am regretting my vote for Donald Trump.
I voted for Donald Trump, and now I regret it.
A lot of people who were like me voted for Trump and have to account for that.
I regret voting for Trump.
So deeply regret my vote for Donald Trump.
I regret voting for Trump.
I was a dumbass, voted for Trump. It was the worst decision I ever made.
I've seen the light, and I got out of MAGA. A lot of us there have seen the light. We have deep regrets.
I feel guilty because I voted for Trump twice. I feel very guilty because I feel responsible. That's why he's still running.
I was with Trump for 9 straight years. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Trump right now.
I'm going to say it, and it needs to be said. I'm a diehard Republican and a Trump supporter, and I voted for him. With that said, the hypocrisy the Republican Party is showing is appalling at best. I would have never voted for what has happened in the past 5 weeks. I didn't vote for Elon Musk. I didn't vote for the president of Ukraine to get ousted. And I didn't vote for half of America to get laid off. Yeah, I understand bringing jobs back to America, but now the job market is completely flooded because of how this was implemented. Yeah, I understand tariffs, but now they're just being passed down to the recently unemployed. Because yes, I am one of those innocent bystanders that got laid off due to foreign aid, and my heart is now broken. I feel completely betrayed by this administration. Trump needs to do better. Him and his whole crew. This is insulting and completely embarrassing. The entire country is embarrassing right now.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, to be honest, I wanted no tax on overtime, but I'm starting to regret my decision because I think it's a lie now.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that's going to happen?
I don't.
Yeah, that's my opinion about that. So, I don't know. I really don't know much about politics, but yeah, I just like to say I enjoy your show and I learn a lot from you.
I appreciate you. One thing I would say is make sure someone has a reputable character. Donald Trump has the least reputable character. I was pretty certain he was lying about that from the very beginning. It sounded like he was just giving off he was literally doing the Republican meme. You know, Republicans are always Democrats want to give out free money. That's literally what Donald Trump was doing. They're literally just lying. He was lying about giving out free money.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to preface what you're about to see by noting I am not looking for sympathy or validation here. I was just expressing some remorse and some grief and some sorrow, because I think it can help a lot of people to kind of process through that. A lot of people who were like me voted for Trump and have to account for that. There are moments where I'm just overcome with grief and regret. Not anger, not rage, but just grief and regret over having voted for Trump in 2016. And I get that I've come a long way. I get all that. That doesn't take away those moments. It does not take away the regret, the guilt. I mean, I can work through it, and I do that regularly for a lot of different issues, not just who I voted for in 2016, but I just wanted to document this because this is one of those moments. I just saw the Kamala Harris ad talking about how she is the president for all the people and how Trump has a history of wanting to withhold aid from people who didn't vote for him. And I was responsible. I was partly responsible for putting him in office. I was part of that crowd. And that's something I'm going to have to live with. And I will. But there are moments like right now where that can be overwhelming.
Guys, February 10th. It's a day I'll never forget. It's the day I regret voting for Donald Trump. Getting rid of all these jobs. I just lost my job after 10 years. 10 years on the research and development team for the NDDKDA. Now we'll never know. We'll never know if an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And it just kills me.
Watch the rest of the video because it's heartbreaking. I myself regret voting for the man that put me out of a job as well. Similar to the creator, I know her on a personal basis. We worked together in the Department of Bear Stain to see if bears really shit in the woods, and if a tree falls in the woods, can anyone hear it? We were leading the charge on that one. We're making great breakthrough in this new administration with Elon Musk. I'm just out of a job now. I don't know how I'm gonna pay the bills. I don't know how I'm gonna pay rent. I regret my decision. So, to all of my fellow co-workers, well, ex-co-workers now, for Bear Stains, we did the good fight. We did the good job. Hopefully, someone else will pick up the charge to see if bears do in fact shit in the woods, and if trees fall, can you hear them? We were almost at that breakthrough. So I'm gonna leave it to the American people to do what's right. So yeah, I regret voting for them.
Did you hear that? He said he's an African, an immigrant, and a Latino that he hired snitched on African American workers to get them fired. He wants him to fire, get rid of black men, African Americans, because they're not immigrants, and that he was going to give him Latinos who he would hire because they're immigrants. He didn't get him African immigrants. He said he's going to get them Latino immigrants. Okay, so that's why I have said that there has never been a black and brown coalition. We're not one. This doesn't apply to all, but at the end of the day, we are not one. Now, why am I bringing this up? Look at what is happening now. The riots, the protests. Okay? Now they're all complaining, where are the black people, which is very insulting and quite stupid. Where are they that we all need to be one? But look at, this is what they do. And I've experienced this. I know so many people. I know so many black people who went to Florida, Miami, who said they will not give them jobs. They discriminate against them. They are 10 times more hostile than even white people to them. And these are the people who want you to now come together to fight. They want black bodies in the front to be bulletproof vests. They see black people as utility, not as equal. These are the same people telling you, let's fight together. This is an indication. And the second thing I want to say, I really want to commend this African man, because a big problem with us as black people worldwide is the lack of unity and worshiping anything that doesn't look like us, worshiping anything that has lighter skin than us, betraying ourselves and weakening ourselves. And I'm so glad that he stood in solidarity. Now, what is happening to people of the Latin community it's sad, it's unfortunate, but we did our job. We voted in the right way, but you voted for proximity to whiteness. You wanted to wine and dine with them. So if you want help, go to them. They're the ones with the power. Go to them. Where are your celebrities? How come J-Lo isn't talking? She needs to open her mouth. Gloria Estevez or Esteban, whatever. All of your people, none of them are talking, but you come bothering us, the same Africans that you look down on, the same Africans and black people who you say it's a letdown to associate or marry them. No, we're staying home. And a police officer in Florida just said that they were going to unleash violence and unaliving if there's any resistance. So we're not getting involved. Fight your own battles.
So this African man is going viral right now, right? Because he owns a contracting company in Virginia, right? So he hires a lot of, Latinos, right? So he said that the Latinos keep snitching on him on the black Americans, right? Trying to get them fired. Yeah, trying to get them fired, right? So they could bring in more Latinos into the company, right?
Because who are working in my company. I'm a black man. I own a company. I hire a Latino. The Latino comes back and complain about the African Americans because the Latino thinks because I'm African, I don't have any relationship with the African American. The Latino comes to me and tell me that you are an immigrant. I'm an immigrant. That African American cannot work. I have Jose, I have Gonzalez, my brothers who know how to work very well. You need to fire the African Americans and I will bring a lot of hardworking Latinos who work for your company. This is my company as a black man. My company. I was a contractor at Quantico Marine Base in Virginia. A contractor for General Electrics. And the Latino workers that are hired, they are snitching on the African American workers that are hired for me to fire the African Americans so they can bring Latinos to take their place.
Y'all want to know the game these Latinos run on this African dude, right? He said, come on, man, you're an immigrant. We immigrants, we gotta look out. They said, immigrant unity, brother. These black men, they lazy, bro. They coming late, they leave early, bro. I could bring you Juan and Jose over here, bro. They're gonna work twice as hard for half the price, bro. What are we doing here, man? And oh my God, are black people furious in that comment section, right? But it was an interesting that he said, right? He said they kept snitching on black Americans. They were snitching. If you're snitching, it means that the individual is probably doing something they're not supposed to be doing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he kept saying that they're snitching on them. You don't snitch on somebody who gets there on time, right? Stays late if they have to, works hard and bust. You don't snitch on a hardworking person, you know what I'm saying? So I couldn't really quite understand the vid. I don't know if this dude was like trying to pander to the black American community, but why would you say that they're snitching on black Americans? What is it a snitch on, bro, if they work hard? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, everybody in the comments is losing. They're talking about this is what they do, man. They're looking out for their own people. This and that. And it's like, bro, that's what everybody does. Everybody looks for their own people, man. If you ever look at whoever's in charge of an organization and you look at the people around them, that's going to be a reflection of those. But them saying, yo, you're an immigrant, I'm an immigrant. I got my cousin, they just came across the border, bro. Twice the work, half the price. Hey, if you want it, you take it. If not, you keep dealing with your money.
I hire.
Finally, black people are starting to get Hispanics as a whole. Not every single black person was unaware of this, but I'm glad as a whole, as a collective, everybody, both African, black, whatever you are, you're starting to get that these people do not like you. They do not care about you. They don't care about your existence. They conspire to kick you kicked out. They don't mind being a buffer class to the white Americans. Like, they're anti-progress. They hate us Africans even more, too. Like, at least they kind of, like, will steal the culture from black Americans. They hate Africans even more, like, to be honest. Like, they hate Africans because Africans is like, oh, you're a black immigrant too, so you think you're better than us? Like, no way. Like, we treat you like nothing. You don't have no mouth in South America. You can't even open your mouth. You can't even open your mouth in Central America as if you look like this. You can't even be anything. They'll just block you. It's just now that Colombia finally had a black, I think, it was either black female or black vice president. They will block you out. Like, these people are they're worse, bro. Like, and we need to make them respect us by the way we come together and stop looking for validation for these people. These people have colonial DNA in them. It courses through their veins, and it's also the leading dominant perspective in their culture. You can't, these people are anti-black. Like, and they don't assimilate. They don't want to mix with you. They don't want you to mix with them. They're not going to mix into the American culture like other races, like the Asians, even Arabs, even the Indian Americans. Like, you see the way they assimilate compared to like a Hispanic American. Like, they don't assimilate into the system. They have no regard of doing that. Their backyard is right here. They don't care. Like, you know, and also they come from a very prideful culture. Like, so I'm telling y'all gotta be aware, man. These people they're not your allies. They used you for what they needed. They got the population now, and they already got the income, and now they think they're better than every black person. Because, like, I be laughing at them because I'm just being honest, like, Nigerians out-earn Hispanics. So I'm just like, and it pissed them off, like, you know, when you don't fit that broke black narrative. Like, that makes them even more angry. Like, but the truth of the matter is, this doesn't stand for all Hispanic people, but Hispanics, including even black Hispanics, already know this is true.
I usually mind my business, but there's a man on TikTok, and his name is Apostle Obi, and he's an African man that owns a construction company, and he says that he hired Latinos and blacks, and the Latinos always trying to get the black people fired on his job sites so they can replace the black people with Latinos. He even said that Latino people are so discriminatory against black people, they're not even willing to work with black people who want to work. He said even white Americans will work with black people who want to work, but the Latinos only want to work with the Latinos. They are very discriminatory against black people. And it's like, people want to say that I'm just making this shit up, but I'm not making it up, bro. Here it is, an actual contractor who owns his company. And if he didn't own his company, the Latinos would probably be trying to get his ass up out of there too. So when y'all say that the Latinos not taking jobs and they're not doing this and they're not doing that, stop it. Stop the lies, bro. They are literally, they do that shit. They gatekeep. They gatekeep like a motherfucker. Like a motherfucker. So it's just like, bro, like, he even went as far as saying that they come to him like, hey, we're all immigrants, so, you know, fire the black Americans. Don't give them a job. I got some more immigrants that could come work for you for less. Like, what? What the fuck? That shit's crazy to me.
Guys who are working in my company. I'm a black man. I own a company. I hire.
I'm not gonna lie, you messy as hell. Like, real talk. So, you're the owner of this black company, right? And you're telling me that you have the power to rectify this situation where the Latinos are dry snitching on the African Americans. So, in creating this hostile work environment, so why wouldn't you fire the Latinos and bring in more African Americans? If that's the case, so you just letting all this bullshit happen. So you need the Latinos because they work harder for less. They're gonna get the job done. That's gonna reflect beautifully on you. Sounds like you the fuck.
The Latino comes back and complain about the African Americans.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I finally got fired. And it's exactly what he's saying. The Hispanics at my job, they have been working diligently for the 3 years that I have been there, that I had been there, because I'm currently fired. Diligently for 3 years. And everybody would talk shit about this one particular executive management person. But I always knew that nigga had my back. There was a one point in time in this job where I had 3 final fucking warnings. 3 final fucking warnings. They was on my ass. But the niggas, the Caribbean niggas, made sure that it didn't go no further than that. And guess what changed? The newest executive management member, Hispanic. So I finally got fired. And I love that for me. You know what I mean? Because what you don't know is that shit's illegal. It's very much illegal. So, yay me.
The Latino workers that are hired, they are snitching on the African American workers that are hired.
So I'm finally home. I'm tired. I think my son had a party last night. All the sofa and shit was moved. But about what he was saying, nah, I'm gonna tread lightly because, we don't want to see what's happening with the protests and shit in LA happening to nobody. You know what I'm saying? Because they've been doing it to us. They'll do it to you. They'll do it to everybody. But I will say, as a manager who came aboard to an already established team back in 2017, a quarter of my team were Mexican. And they did exactly that. They thought they was gonna, because they didn't know if they didn't know what I was, right? They thought maybe I had some Puerto Rican. They always think Puerto Rican, whatever. Everybody always think Puerto Rican, whatever, what have you. But they were Mexicans. And they thought that because I look or whatever, that they was going to be able to come complain about the 70, 5% of the staff that was black, and that I was going to fire and hire their people because they kept sending their people up there. They really do that. They stick together. I got to say, if we as black people could stick together the way them motherfuckers stick together, bitch, there would be no stopping us. But yeah, they do that.
So Trump supporters, if you're not worried now about the economy, now is the time to be worried. Nebraska, Tyson Foods. They're the largest meat producer in the country. They're closing their Nebraska beef processing plant because of Trump economics. Cattle costs have risen $2 billion because of Trump's tariffs, and it has resulted in a net loss of $425 million in 2025 to date for Tyson Foods. So they're closing their meat packing plant, and 3,200 employees in this small town with only 11,000 residents are losing their jobs. 3,200 employees, and I can guarantee a vast majority voted for this. And it doesn't end there. Tyson is taking their 3-shift slaughter operation in Texas down to 1 shift. So a lot more people at their Texas facility are going to be let go. When you talk about Big industries now being affected, not the small guy, but those at the top of the food chain being impacted and closing down. We are in a world of economic hurt, and this is just the beginning because this Trump administration is not focused on fixing the problem. They keep creating more. And I got to tell you, just this Tyson food location in Nevada, there are so many suppliers, so many vendors, contractors every single day that did work for this Tyson facility, whether inside the building or outside the building. These are big contracts that these local businesses are now going to lose. So they're going to be affected as well. Expect more layoffs and bankruptcies downstream of Tyson Foods.
Nebraska keeps FAFOing.
Trump-friendly town in Nebraska is feeling the weight of the president's economic policies.
Because they were heartbroken. They don't want to go anywhere. This is their home.
The Tyson plant gave us notice of a layoff procedure, warn notice, over a week ago. They'll be closing their facility as of January 20th, impacting 3,200 individuals for the community of Lexington. The general mood of the individuals coming in for our services, of course, is anxiety. What do I do next? Will I have a job? Where do I go? And what do I do from here? Tyson workers make up about 3,200 of the population of 11,000 of Lexington, and so they have a great impact upon the culture, schools, and everything that a community is comprised of.
We just hardworking people. What we do is go to work, come to church. That's all we do here.
These plants have been underutilized, and we have a shortage of cattle out there in the U.S., and because of that, very vulnerable that somebody might shut down. We have a very strong community in Lexington that really is close-knit and very accepting of the packing industry as well as all industry.
Lexington, Nebraska, a town of 11,000, and a third of them are employed at the beef plant Tyson, closing because of the Trump administration. Yes, Lexington, Nebraska voted for Donald J. Trump. A third of the town is losing their job in the next couple weeks.
So Trump supporters, if you're not worried now about the economy, now is the time to be worried. Nebraska, Tyson Foods. They're the largest meat producer in the country. They're closing their Nebraska beef processing plant because of Trump economics. Cattle costs have risen $2 billion because of Trump's tariffs, and it has resulted in a net loss of $425 million in 2025 to date for Tyson Foods. So they're closing their meat packing plant, and 3,200 employees in this small town with only 11,000 residents are losing their jobs. 3,200 employees, and I can guarantee a vast majority voted for this. And it doesn't end there. Tyson is taking their 3-shift slaughter operation in Texas down to 1 shift. So a lot more people at their Texas facility are going to be let go. When you talk about big industries now being affected, not the small guy, but those at the top of the food chain being impacted and closing down, we are in a world of economic hurt. And this is just the beginning because this Trump administration is not focused on fixing the problem. They keep creating more. And I got to tell you, just this Tyson food location in Nevada, there are so many suppliers, so many vendors, contractors every single day that did work for this Tyson facility, whether inside the building or outside the building. These are big contracts that these local businesses are now going to lose. So they're going to be affected as well. Expect more layoffs and bankruptcies downstream of Tyson Foods.
The closure of Tyson Foods' Nebraska beef processing plant is highlighting the economic toll of current policies, with 3,200 employees losing their jobs. In a shocking move, Tyson Foods, the largest meat producer in the U.S., has announced the closure of its Nebraska plant, a decision attributed to rising cattle costs caused by tariffs under the Trump administration. These tariffs have pushed costs to nearly $1 billion, resulting in a $425 million loss for Tyson Foods in 2025 alone. The closure will leave 3,200 employees in a small town of just 11,000 people without work, many of whom are believed to have supported the current administration.
Some truly sad news out of Lexington, Nebraska. It seems that Tyson Foods is shutting down their plant there, putting 3,200 people out of work in a town of only 11,000. That's almost 1 in 3 people will be out of a job. These are all because of Trump's tariffs. It's a shame. That town voted overwhelmingly for Trump. But there is some good news. The CEO of Tyson Foods, who made $22 million last year, he'll be getting a tax break from Trump. So sorry.
Nebraska keeps FAFOing. What the hell? This time, in the form of a major employer in a small town shutting its doors and laying off thousands. Lexington, Nebraska, in a county that voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump, 75%. Tyson, who's a huge supporter of Trump, has announced that they are closing their doors on the meat plant in Lexington. And it's a major employer. You're laying off well over 3,000 people in a town with a population of 12,000. Needless to say that this is probably going to destroy this town fairly efficiently. Yet another small town in rural America getting screwed over by these terrible policies, buying meat from other countries, bailing out Argentina, and I don't even know what to say at this point.
So the FAFO train is stopping in Lexington, Nebraska. The Tyson Beef Factory in Lexington, Nebraska just announced that they are closing their doors. This is going to affect 3,200 workers in Dawson County. Dawson County voted 72% for Bone Spurs. I wonder if bathrooms and making Riley Gaines feel less mediocre was actually worth it. It is no secret that Nebraska has been feeling it ever since this spring. The tariffs really hit them hard, and the rolling back of all of the programs that Joe Biden put into place really hit Nebraska to the point where they were already yelling bankruptcy in May. And Bone Spurs kind of knows that his tariffs are the reasons why the prices of groceries and everything else has gone up, because on November 13th, he signed an executive order to undo his executive order. And he's seeking praise for fixing something that he broke. He signed an executive order to remove tariffs from things like beef, coffee, bananas, and tomatoes, as well as some other things. And this is undoubtedly so that he can say that his policies are bringing prices down when people finally start seeing relief for the items that he canceled his tariffs on. But the thing is, he created the problem. He created those price hikes. So signing this order to bring the prices down for items that he deliberately brought the prices up for isn't a win. But he's going to claim it's a win, and his people are going to believe him. But here's the problem when it comes to our beef farmers. The tariffs on beef were kind of keeping them in the game, especially since Bone Spurs went behind their back and made a beef deal with Argentina. Because the tariffs are on imports, meaning everything that we get from other countries is tariffed, that means that the stuff that is made here in the United States was cheaper than the stuff that we got from other countries, which gave the cattle ranchers and beef manufacturers a little bit of a leg up when it came to selling their beef against the competitive market of other foreign countries selling their beef here in the United States. Now that Bone Spurs has taken the tariffs off of beef And he has screwed the cattle ranchers when it comes to the Argentina deal, as well as leaving tariffs on things that those companies need in order to do their day-to-day work, increasing their overhead costs while also decreasing how much they make and how much they can sell. Taking the tariffs off of beef at that point for imports makes those imports cheaper than the American beef. And thus, people will probably start buying more of the imported beef than the American beef. I really think he has something against cattle ranchers. And the cattle ranchers overwhelmingly voted for bone spurs. Were the bathrooms worth it? That's just all I want to know. Leave it down in the comments if you're a cattle rancher and you voted for bone spurs. Were the bathrooms really worth it? Was it that important to you to make sure that people of color and marginalized communities don't get a fair shake at work? Was telling it like it is worth your livelihood? This is a lesson for you. Racism and bigotry is expensive. Listen, while you guys are pinching pennies over the holidays to prepare for your factory closing, the rest of us are also going to be closing our wallets. November 25th through December 2nd, we aren't spending anything. And being that you should probably go ahead and save that money, you should probably join us and not spend anything as well. Most of us are going to be cutting back for the rest of the year. And like I said, since you'll be pinching those pennies now because you'll soon be out of a job, you should probably get on that bandwagon too. I hate to say I told you so, but 92%.
You heard about Lexington, Nebraska? Yeah, it's been popping up in the news recently because they're closing a Tyson beef plant. It employs 3,200 workers in a town of no more than about 12,000. So this plant closing is basically going to wipe out the entire town. And one point that's very interesting is if you look at the election results of Dawson County, where Lexington, Nebraska is, they voted 75% for Donald Trump. And wasn't this the man that claimed America first, that when he put tariffs on other countries, Americans would gladly and proudly pay the higher prices and industries would come back and we would have everything here we needed. We wouldn't need another country. Well, that didn't happen. He took off the tariffs again and now prices are going down in other countries. We gave $40 billion to Argentina so that they could sell their beef and their soy and run our cattle ranchers out of the market. So now, on top of, yes, cattle herds dwindling, someone in the comments will come and say that, but this beef factory that voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump is now falling victim to his policies, to his failed tariffs, to his failed American first policies. This is going to be a sad story, but it's an FAFO because these people voted overwhelmingly to shut down this beef factory by voting 75% in this county for Donald Trump. Nebraska is going bankrupt as a state, and this county is going under as the beef factory is set to close and wipe out an entire town.
A friendly town in Nebraska is feeling the weight of the president's economic policies. Joining us, MS Now national reporter Rosa Flores, who's in Lexington, Nebraska. What exactly is going on there?
You know, Katie, have you ever been in a place where you can just feel the pain and the anxiety? That's what it feels like being here in Lexington, Nebraska. This is a town of under 11,000 people, and 3,200 will lose their jobs on January 20th when the Tyson plant in town closes. People have described to me what's happening here by using the words catastrophe, crisis, the feeling of being collateral damage, hurt, anxiety, agony. I mean, just such powerful words because of what's happening here. The street that you see behind me is a vibrant business district. I've talked to some of the owners. Some of them are immigrants. As you drive up the street, the names of the businesses tell you about the diversity in this town. People from Mexico, from Guatemala, from Somalia, some of them former refugees who worked really hard at the Tyson plant, saved their money and became business owners in this community. There's another business here to my left down the street. That woman says that people have gone into her store sobbing. Her sales immediately dropped 10 to 20% right after the announcement. Up the street here is a public library. There are companies from all over trying to recruit workers. Here to my left down the street this way, there's a pastor who's trying to figure out how to speak about joy on Sunday services. The impact of this is everywhere, but here are some of the people that I talked to. Are you trying to get information from the city? Has the city provided any information to you?
No yet.
Is that frustrating?
Yes. We need to know what's the other plan he had it. You know.
From the economic perspective, from the spiritual perspective, everybody's worried. You know, everybody's thinking, specifically this season, what we need to celebrate. What will be the joy of this community in this Christmas season? Hoping? Expectations? Everything is in the air.
What do your friends tell you, the ones that are leaving?
We try not to talk about it because we get really emotional.
So you're mostly not talking about it?
We always try to think of the positive side.
Yeah. The time that you still have together.
Yes.
Is that what you focus on?
Yes, we try to make the best of it.
Now, Katie, Tyson says that they are right-sizing, that's why they're closing this plant. And I have to tell you, some of the workers that I talked to are still praying for a miracle that saves their job this season.
So apparently nurse practitioner degrees are no longer going to be considered professional degrees under the new Department of Education proposed rules that go into effect next July. MDs and DOs, they are still considered professional. That makes complete and logical sense. However, NPs, not professional. CRNAs, not professional. PAs, not professional. But chiropractors, they are still considered professional under these new proposed rules. However, physical and occupational therapists do not fall under these professional degrees. They are not professional. Speech language pathologists, not professional. Theology and divinity degrees, yes, they are considered professional. However, teachers, the ones who are actually the ones teaching the entire country, are not considered professional. I truly cannot even put into words how much this does not make any sense. As someone who has been studying my ass off for 2.5 years in a doctorate of nursing practice program, completing clinical rotations and managing patients and sacrificing my time, my money, my sleep, and quite frankly, my sanity, to now be told that my profession is not professional is beyond disrespectful to not just NPs, but to every single professional healthcare degree out there. NPs, CRNAs, PAs, PTs, OTs, SLPs, social workers, even teachers. Like, it is so disrespectful in so many ways to not consider these professions professional enough to be worthy of loans. This decision doesn't just impact job titles, it impacts federal loan caps and affordability and access to education and the future workforce. It's all in all very insulting to every single advanced practice provider out there who works on the front line of a very broken system, but still chooses to show up for their patients every single day. So to the Department of Education, I don't know who came up with this list and how you guys decided on which profession is more professional than the others, but please go back and try it.
So nursing isn't considered a profession anymore. Where are my MAGA nurses at? How do we feel about this? Like, genuinely, can we have a conversation? Do you guys excuse this? Is this okay? Or are we starting to see that there's something wrong?
I honestly wasn't going to say anything, but I can't help it. Can't help it. The fact that the Department of Education would essentially single out nursing and say that advanced practice nurses degrees cannot be recognized as professional degrees is absolutely insane to me, and it is so beyond dangerous. It is so dangerous. The truth is that advanced practice nursing is what has kept a lot of people in the nursing profession, because without it, a lot of nurses would have simply just left the profession that is already short, the profession that helps bridge gaps in care deserts where there's no one else. There you go, there's an advanced practice provider. And the fact that they would seriously even entertain the idea that would not recognize these programs is insane. And as a consumer of health, people should be concerned, because the reality is that nurses will not return back to the bedside. If that is what they're hoping for, it's not going to happen. People will leave the profession in drones. So this is absolutely I don't even know what to say. Like, I am in full on shock.
This edition of FAFO, titled, I voted for you and I thought my career was safe. So the Department of Education has done a reclassification of certain degrees that are now deemed non-professional. meaning that certain fields that were previously considered professional will no longer qualify for the higher federal student loan limits needed for graduate school as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill that was signed into legislation recently. And the following careers include nursing, physician assistants, physical therapists, audiologists, architects, accountants, educators, social workers, engineering, business master programs, counseling or therapy, and speech pathology. And in response to this, Wendy Brinley Hines wrote this on the White House Facebook page, saying, "Please remove the limitations of professions. As a professional nurse who has her master's degree, and as someone who voted each time for you, I cannot believe that you would disrespect our profession." Additionally, our middle daughter will graduate as a physical therapist in 1 month, and our youngest is planning on becoming a physician's assistant. All of which take care of patients on a daily basis. Grad school is very expensive. Trust me, I know. I have paid my way myself for each level of education. Please reconsider your thoughts on this bill. We all need professional staff that can afford education in their effort to care for our nation. Oh, Wendy, you have a master's degree, yet you voted for him yet again. Because that sounds like a very uneducated decision on your part 3 times. And I genuinely do feel bad for those that did not vote for him who are actually trying to pursue careers in these fields. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's a section in Project 2025 that wants to shrink the healthcare system as much as possible. Because some people out there think healthcare should be a privilege and not a right. And Wendy, if you do see this, I genuinely hope that you have the day that you voted for. Because this decision is genuinely screwing a lot of people over.
I'm wondering how all of the nurses, nurse practitioners that are MAGA, that support Donald Trump, support his policies, support his initiatives, I wonder how they're feeling today.
Trump has removed nursing, teaching, accounting, and other women-led careers from the professionals list. And many of the people in these fields voted for this. Literally voted for a man who said he would restructure degrees in his One Big Beautiful Bill in 2025. And these same women are, instead of taking accountability and saying, oops, we made a mistake, are denying it and making excuses for him. They're literally screaming that it's a Democratic hoax. They don't believe it's real, even though he said it would happen. Newsflash, it's policy, and it's real. And we've seen this cycle a million times over. Vote for the oppressor, get oppressed, then excuse the oppressor and blame the people who warned you. And y'all will still bow down and kiss this man's ring. He literally said he was going to do this. He didn't whisper it. He didn't hide it. He shouted it like fireworks. So I just want to know how the MAGA nurses are feeling. Because you were not misled. So don't even try to claim that as an excuse. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. What black women were warning you he was going to do. And this is just an example of how white patriarchal politics recruits its own victims and trains them to defend the very policies that harm them. Because these same women that are losing their professional titles and having to pay more for student loans and degrees are still going to be his biggest cheerleaders, while simultaneously being their own biggest downfall. The comfort of white supremacy is a hell of a drug, as is the protection, quote unquote, of the patriarchy.
Well, well, well. It's FAFO Friday. And today this FAFO video was for all of those that voted for that fool that just so happened to be teachers and nurses and veterinarians too. Yes, how do you feel today? Because of Daddy Dumpy Pants ripping up the Department of Education and changing things in this nation, you're no longer a professional and you no longer hold a professional degree. You might as well be flipping burgers at McDonald's, baby. And this also goes out to those in those particular professions that didn't vote for him. When I came on here several times over the past few months and said that this shit ain't gonna end until we do a mass blackout, not just withholding your money, but not showing up for work. We need nurses to walk off the job. We need teachers to walk off the job. People came for me. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You came for me. You started making up all kind of excuses why you could not walk off the job. How do you feel today about walking off your job? Walking out of that hospital, walking out of that physical therapist office, walking out of that dentist office, walking out of that veterinarian office, walking out of that school. How do you feel today about that?
About a year ago, maybe more than a year ago, let's say a year and a half ago, on my big main account with all the followers I had made a video. I just got off my shift and they needed help. So they called me down and asked if I would do some intake in a different department. And I said, sure, why not? Overtime's overtime. Great. So I went down, I was helping them do intake, and I had a red hat. And I had a conversation with this red hat that I tried not to have. I asked him several times, can we just focus on your intake? I don't want to talk about my military service or your hat or anything. He saw veteran on my badge. And then he proceeded to say, oh, you just white. Trump's going to get all these illegals out of your hospitals and make life so much easier for nurses. He loves our nurses. And I just got sick. And that video went mad viral. And I got called a horrible nurse. I got called all these things. And MAGA nurses came after me. And it was just fucking stupid. But I have a question for the MAGA nurse crowd now. Are you guys happy to know that you're no longer listed as professionals? Trump just shit on every single one of us in the nursing profession, and you're out here like, more Trump, give me more. What the fuck is wrong with you nurses? How could a nurse be MAGA? And if you see a MAGA nurse, you better fucking ask for another nurse, okay? Know that you have that right. You have that right to request a non-cycle fucking nurse, okay? You have that right as a patient. I just want to know how all these MAGA nurses are doing now, you non-professionals. Huh. I guess your aspirations being a nurse practitioner are fucking gone. Are we great yet? Toodaloo.
Good morning, MAGA Trump supporters, specifically women who want to become nurses. I'm just wondering, how are you doing this morning? How are you doing this morning knowing that they want to strip away your professional degree? I mean, they've already proved to us that they don't like women, right? I mean, first it was removing the word woman from scientific studies. Yeah. And then, women shouldn't be in the military because, there's just no place for them there. And we just watched Trump call a woman on Air Force One a piggy. I mean, when are you guys going to learn that MAGA Republicans hate women? They do not like women, and they do not support you in any kind of way.
He's not the U.S. taxpayer.
Not only do I find it completely wild that you post that because you're a fucking nurse, the irony of that all is I went to your page, right? And you have a GoFundMe set up for someone that you know. Nurse who helped others needs our help. Critical home repair. So a nurse that you know needs assistance because they can't afford some things that they need. After 30 years of caring for others as a dedicated nurse in Monroe County, they need all these repairs done. Well, why doesn't your nurse friend just get a second job? Did she not save up enough money to take care of this? Sounds irresponsible of her to be asking others for a handout or for assistance. Unless, and bear with me here, babe, sometimes people fall on hard times despite everything that they've done. And sometimes when that happens, they might look for financial assistance. Anyways, I hope that other nurse's house gets fixed, but really she should be just pulling herself up by the bootstraps. I mean, my God.
I am responsible for keeping him fed.
Imagine mocking a community of people and then joining them. Nurse Taylor was mocking SNAP benefit recipients. Could be elderly, could be children of people who fell on hard times, or could be someone laid off or terminated. Or it could be someone who is stricken with an illness that you were probably in the room for when they found out. Imagine a SNAP benefit recipient is someone who is just in the room with you, finding out about a diagnosis. And in finding out about the diagnosis, they realize that they're going to have to pay the bill that's going to come from the moment they found out that they are now on hard times. Now, here you are on social media mocking them. And as a result of your mocking, you're now unemployed, terminated. And I say now that you're terminated, it kind of becomes hard to look for a job because now when you're Googled, now with you being on hard times, would you like to turn to the government that you've been paying into for years, maybe? Do you think that maybe that government that you've been paying into since you entered the workforce should maybe help out? Seeing as how you being employed, fed into the government and the economy, which kept the government going, right? They may think maybe, just maybe, they should try to help out a little bit. And in what ways could they help out? Maybe medical care? Maybe food benefits, maybe? I don't understand why y'all don't see how much sense this makes, but this is about Nurse Taylor. Nurse Taylor, welcome to hard times. Unfortunately, your fur baby can't be fed on food stamps.
I'm stitching this because people need to see what's happening in real time when a nurse publicly mocks people receiving SNAP benefits as if poverty is a personal failure. So this nurse, who's identifies as Tina Coleman, an RN at Crenshaw Community Hospital in Laverne, Alabama, thought it was appropriate to belittle people who rely on public assistance, many of whom are the same patients we care for every day. So I'm going to let you see the clip.
My baby has not eaten in 2 hours. That is why I'm on my way to my second job tonight, because it is my responsibility to make sure that he eats, not the U.S. taxpayers. I am responsible for keeping him fed and clothed.
So this is the ugly side of nursing culture we don't talk about enough. The performative, I work 2 jobs pride that disguises contempt for the poor. Nursing isn't about judging who's worthy of help. It's about care, equity, and humanity. And we've seen too many stories of bullying, discrimination, and classism in this field. It is time for accountability. The profession needs to study it, name it, and root it out. Because when you humiliate the vulnerable, you do not represent nursing. You absolutely disgrace it.
Seems to me that y'all just never seem to amaze me when it comes to the internet, and individuals like this mocking people knowing that they need their benefits. You are foul.
Keeping him fed and clothed.
You know what is your responsibility as a nurse, Tina? Patient advocacy, emotional support, education, which you lack all 3, by the way. Since clearly you missed this portion in nursing school, I'll teach it to you, Tina. This is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And basically, it is showing how humans have their needs met, starting with the most basic ones at the bottom. This is the foundation of their needs. And they move up a tier each time these are met. You can't jump a tier until the one beneath it has been met. Therefore, we all start with physiological needs. Those are air, water, food, Tina, food. You're asking somebody to go have a second job to fulfill the needs of eating. Notice where a job is. It's up here, employment. It's above physiological needs. But again, remember, they don't have their basic need met for food. Yet you're asking them to jump a tier and go get another job to fulfill the need to eat. Here's a question. Why do people have to get a second job to provide food on the table? What? Why do people need to go get another job in order to pay for groceries, Tina? That is an absurd bootlicking lie that has been sold to you over and over. We should be able to work full time and have our basic needs met. It is beyond disappointing that someone like her went into the nursing profession that is built on a foundation of caring for others, caring for people that you may not understand how they got where they're at. But you are not supposed to judge them. You're supposed to provide help to them. And instead you make a fucking video like that? I don't know. I don't claim you. Anyway, Tina, I heard you lost your job. I hope you're still able to get food on the table. I truly mean that.
I need to know if Tina Coleman was fired from her job. If you don't know who Tina Coleman is, she made this super insensitive video about people on SNAP wearing her full nursing outfit, even her name tag. Not too smart, Tina. Your days are numbered at your job. I know where you work. I know where you live. I know your full name. I know more about you than I should know. It's 2025, Tina. There's people who have nothing better to do than investigate what you got going on. So, let me know if she was fired. Love to hear it. Hope she was.
That's the nurse from yesterday, Sassy RN or whatever it is, in her full nursing gear, People identified her, and I guess they contacted HR. Now her videos are gone, and she sent me a nasty message. She said she's going to contact her attorney. Bring it. Bring it.
And so that RN that's about to lose her job for that video, was it worth it? Was it worth it, honey? Was it worth it? Did you think your job cared about you enough to protect you during this? Did you think you weren't irreplaceable? You're a dime a dozen, honey. And this is the wrong time of year to get fired from your job, babes. Wrong time of year.
Starbucks is closing stores left and right and laying off hundreds of workers, all so that their executives can get massive $6 million bonuses this year. As you're already aware, Starbucks has been struggling majorly as customers have abandoned it in droves. Starbucks brought in a new executive from Chipotle to turn things around, and so far he's failed to boost sales. So since they can't boost sales, they're now focusing on cutting costs. And a few months ago, Starbucks executives got together with the board and they said that all of the top executives will get a $6 million bonus if they cut costs beyond a certain amount this year. And so once they got these massive $6 million bonuses approved in July, it was only a matter of time before the big cost cutting started. And so here we are. Hundreds of stores and workers will all be slashed. And it's all because Starbucks greedy executives want their big bonuses and that they couldn't figure out how to boost sales by lowering prices. Starbucks for closing stores and laying off people left and right simply because you could not boost your sales by coming up with a better strategy.
So I've been outside the Starbucks Reserve editing my video and stuff, and I kid you not, just in the past hour there's been over like 100 tourists who have came and been super just shocked of what they're looking at. Let me show you. Right now there's not many, but sometimes they come in droves. And it's crazy because a lot of the workers who were supposed to work today showed up at 8 a.m. and they didn't get noticed till maybe 5 minutes before on a pre-recorded note as well. Insanity. And this is gonna go on probably for the whole week. People who don't know, because this is such a big, like, a Seattle tourist spot. The news station is still here. The shit that gets me is that imagine this is your only income, like your only job, and you get notice that you're fired on the day of, like you're scheduled at 8 a.m. and they tell you, hey gang, you're not employed anymore. Imagine, like, what do? Like, we live in a time right now where it's already hard with the job market and everything going on, and like, that's a lot of people's reality today. But yeah, it's crazy.
It has officially happened. Starbucks Reserve Roastery in Seattle is closed. There were 6 Starbucks Reserve Roasteries in the world. The first one that ever opened is the one in Seattle. I worked at this location for 2 years. They closed this morning without any notice. Staff literally showed up to the store at 5 a.m. and the store was closed and boarded up. I guess they closed an hour early last night, telling all of the staff that it was for maintenance, but they were actually just going to board up all the windows and close permanently. There's over 100 people that work at that store. My heart goes out to all the people that lost their jobs today. I have a lot of opinions on Starbucks, none of which are good. So a majority of the articles say that the reasoning for the closing was to reallocate funds to different stores. That is the most BS excuse I've ever heard. It's obviously because they are a union store. They've been pushing the union for long before I even worked there. And supposedly the Starbucks union was planning a 3-week strike coming up. I mean, it's no shocker that they closed, and it's also no shocker that you thought Starbucks was going to care enough to give you a heads up. They've never given anyone a heads up when closing a store. I'm not shocked or surprised, and the Wicked Witch is dead.
Major breaking news about Starbucks this morning. The company just announced it is now laying off 900 non-retail employees.
I'm in Capitol Hill outside the Starbucks Reserve Roastery, and you can see all the windows are boarded up here. There's also a sign posted on the front. It says, "It is with heavy hearts that we announce the closure of the Seattle Reserve Roastery. Thank you for making us a part of your life."
Corporate employees, 900 of them losing their jobs, in addition to a cut of 1% of all stores, coffee shops across the country. Kind of shocking news for us here in Seattle, because we also just learned that the 2 roasteries in town, the one at the main world headquarters down the street, also is closing.
POV, you found out your store will be permanently closed in 2 days.
Down.
How long has that been in there? How long is it? I know you're fucking lying.
What's happening to Starbucks should be studied. They just announced they're closing stores. They're laying off a whole bunch of people. They're estimating it's going to cost them over $1 billion to restructure. They got too big for their britches and felt like they could do and say whatever they wanted. People boycotted them for a whole bunch of different reasons. There were so many different Starbucks boycotts. I can't even remember all of them. But they fucked around and they found out. Americans voted with their dollars. Chose not to. On top of, because I'm sure I'm going to hear it in the comments, we broke. We broke. Ain't nobody got $5, $6 for a coffee. When I get a coffee at Starbucks, every now and then when I have to run out of here, because I do 3 cups a day, straight black here. But when I can't, because I don't have the time, I'll go to Starbucks and I'll get a large with a couple of shots. Yeah, it's like $7. It works though. I'm ready to go all day. But I can't even tell you the last time I did it. And I probably don't even do it a dozen times a year. But yeah, Americans voted with their dollars, and now Starbucks is closing stores and laying blue and purple hair people off.
Hi, I'm a Starbucks employee in downtown Toronto, and I just received a call from my manager that our entire team is fired. We are a high traffic store. We had almost 100% customer satisfaction rate. Why are we fired? We asked, could we be relocated in any other store? Because most of us were full-time. All of us have rent to pay. Some of us are parents. We have kids to care about. There was absolutely no signs of closure. Right now it is September 25th. Last day of operation is September 27th. For such a huge company, this is unacceptable. There will be a union formed and we will fight back.
I am at a practice picket for Starbucks Workers United over here in Chicago. We have all these people practicing picketing, and basically what's happening is Starbucks is one of the worst union busters in America right now. Only outdone, but also maybe on par with Amazon. All they want is a fair contract. Starbucks is trying to close down stores. They are firing organizers, and all these people want is fair pay, fair hours, and the ability to do their job. And yet Starbucks punishes them anyway, despite their CEO making over 6,000 times what a worker makes in a year. So, if you're going to Starbucks and you see people on a picket line, don't break it. And if you want to support them, check out, see if your local Starbucks is organized, if it's in a union, and especially in Illinois, support your unionized stores.
Starbucks is saying bye-bye to some baristas as well as some of their white-collar workers. Starbucks just announced that they're planning to lay off 900 white-collar workers from their Seattle HQ, as well as close 1% of stores. So that's unfortunate for those who worked in Seattle or those who worked at a Starbucks shop. But I believe part of their issue and the reason that their foot traffic has declined is because Starbucks became too open for everyone, so it became welcoming to no one.
Starbucks just announced that it will shut down 1% of its stores and lay off about 900 people in a $1 billion restructuring program.
The Trump administration is cutting support for the Rural Energy for America program. And it's a program that has helped thousands of farmers over the last 2 decades cut energy costs by installing solar energy and renewables. It delivered $1.2 billion in grants and $2.5 billion in loan guarantees for rural projects since 2014. 70% of that money was for solar energy, and it's helped rural America actually develop renewable energy and cut costs and increase available income for rural Americans. But now the Trump administration is gutting the program. On August 19th, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins announced that, quote, USDA will no longer fund taxpayer dollars for solar panels on productive farmland or allow solar panels manufactured by foreign adversaries to be used in USDA projects. This is a huge loss for rural America. Farmers have been using this program to advance renewable energy and actually achieve cost savings. And the Trump administration is scrapping all of that. According to Canary Media, the program comes at little cost to the federal government since the loans are usually repaid without the financial institution needing to tap the guarantee. So it was a win for the government too. And I think this example is really interesting because we see so often that the conservatives are saying that they care about middle America, that rural America has been forgotten, and the Republican Party is the ones who will fight for them in Washington. And actions like this show that the Republicans and any elected official who is bought and paid for by corporations is willing to sell out the middle class, the working class people of this country, middle America, rural America, urban areas, everywhere. These are elected officials who care about advancing their own agenda. In this case, that is maintaining reliance on oil and gas and supporting the oil and gas industry over solar, which is far cheaper, far more beneficial for these farmers, and better for the climate and local environments. So if you care about rural America, vote for officials who are not bought and paid for by corporations.
No, because you, America, for making me for making me work 4 fucking jobs, 4 jobs, while I'm in college in rural fucking Tennessee, and I can barely pay my own fucking rent, and I'm taking 19 credit hours on top of those 4 fucking jobs, and I still can't graduate on time, and I still can't graduate early, even though I'm taking 21 credit hours next semester! It's not fucking fair. It's not fucking fair anymore. It's never been fair, not in my lifetime. And will it ever be fair? No, because I'm a woman in America. Oh my God. I just want to live in peace, America. And I will one day. Probably somewhere else.
We're just absolutely fucked as farmers, guys. Everything is so fucked, and I do not see anybody surviving this farm crisis that we're in. Guys, look, one of the best splorn crops that I have ever raised in my life. And because of the tariffs, China will not fucking buy it. And they are the only country in the world they are the only country in the world that buys splorn. And so now I'm literally just chopping it and blowing it on the fucking ground because it's fucking useless, it's valueless, there's nothing I can fucking do to it. I am going to need government assistance to make it through this fucking crisis until these tariffs end. Look, I've never raised a splorn crop like this, guys. And this is just fucking heartbreaking to me. I don't know how I'm gonna survive. You know, Trump said he fucking loved us farmers, and here I am just blowing my splorn crop all over the ground. Hopefully he works a deal out where Antarctica and Mars will start buying this splorn and save the farmers. I'm sorry, splorn crop, but you're fucked.
I've been a proud rural American my entire life. But the truth is, in rural America, poverty is higher, wages are lower, and jobs are far and few between.
I live in rural Arkansas. And if you don't understand why people in rural Arkansas or rural America vote Republican, it's because of fear and jealousy. Jealousy that somebody has it better than they do, that they work their asses off, and most of them do. More education, because the education here is at the bottom of the tier. Maternal mortality, low. Education, low. Quality of living, low. Infrastructure, super low. There's no industry, there's no hope for these young kids in rural Arkansas to have a job. We had a chance to vote Chris Jones, an actual rocket scientist like myself who was educated and had a plan to bring jobs and infrastructure to Arkansas. But the people I talked to in rural Arkansas will not vote for him because of his color of his skin. And they weren't nice when they described the color of his skin. So they voted for a sycophant, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is treating this like her personal money bank. There is no infrastructure here. The roads are shit. You can drive 2 hours. So my closest grocery store, besides Walmart, is 2 hours away. So if I go that 2 hours to go to that grocery store, the roads I have to take are barely have enough room for 2 people to pass each other. There is no cell phone coverage for over an hour and a half of that ride. And there's no hope to get those roads fixed anytime soon because there's no money. I say that, but lo and behold, what did Sarah do as of July of 2025? She has loaned and bought $55 million worth of Israeli bonds. So she's loaned Israel $55 million with a catch to give them 100 more million by the end of the year. When her people are fucking starving, they have no medical care. Hell, most teenage girls here are living at home pregnant with their moms. And they're living at home with their moms and their boyfriends. Because that's how rural America lives. There's nothing for these kids to look forward to. So why would they ever vote Republican? Because that's what they're told to do. $150 million would go a long way to feed, get medical attention, and up our so that our children here in Arkansas don't die in infancy and the mothers don't die in childbirth. And that is rural America. Fuck Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She is the worst governor okay, she's second. Our neighbor Texas Abbott is worse, but she's a close second.
I don't know who's out here living the American dream, but I can tell you one person who isn't, and that's me. I have 4 kids and I'm working 3 jobs and I'm still struggling. I have my full-time job. I'm a 911 dispatcher. My other 2 jobs, a waitress. The American dream should not be this hard. I should not have to be working my life away, being away from my kids. You know, sometimes I have to pick. Am I going to pay my electric bill or am I going to buy groceries? Because my kids need to eat. This is not the American dream. I'm so tired of struggling. You know, so many people are going to work, working multiple jobs just to pay for a house to sleep in, just to put their head down at night. This is not the American dream, not my American dream. That's why I started posting here on TikTok. So hopefully I can slow down some so I can spend time with my kids. Life shouldn't be this hard. I know one person that's making 6 figures and they're still struggling. Why's it gotta be so hard? Anyways, if you want to help this mama out from struggling, you know what to do. I'm headed into work at Buffalo Wild Wings today. I have to work a double, say a prayer, I make some money.
I live in a super rural area in Illinois, and recently our local newspapers have started posting about hospital closures and how Medicaid and Medicare funds our hospitals and our nursing homes, and how there's a lot of fear surrounding Medicaid and Medicare cuts and possible job loss, possible department closures, things. And there are like about 100 MAGA in each post, and they're just like, show me the data. I want to see the numbers. Show me the financials. Like, they'll understand it. It's just so comical to me. They are telling you, we have already closed our OB department. We have already closed this clinic and that clinic. People are already driving an hour to an hour and a half for healthcare, especially women's healthcare or mental health. People are still in disbelief, like the newspapers, oh, you're just a liberal newspaper. Look at you've gone woke. It's not woke in a bad way to understand how these cuts and these policies impact us, especially in rural areas. Like, you have to wake up and face reality at some point that you voted for this and now you're going to be impacted. Your neighbors, your friends, your family, we're all going to be affected by this. It's your fault. You have to open your eyes and realize that. You can't just live in denial. They're telling you they're going to close. When they close, are you still going to be in denial? No, you're going to blame it on Democrats somehow.
We're just absolutely fucked as farmers, guys. Everything is so fucked, and I do not see anybody surviving this farm crisis that we're in.
So this guy comes up under my post about the article from the AJC and how rural towns are dying, and he was like, you need to stop the madness. This isn't about race, it's about economics. Black dude, first of all the other 150 comments, they all knew what I meant when I said they have their po' boy clubs in these small towns. That doesn't mean that they don't just want black people there. What it means is they have a small way of thinking. They don't want businesses coming to the area. They don't want to combine any resources with the schools. I grew up in a small town that thought like that, so I know exactly how those people think. They only want their friends having the jobs. They don't want to keep up with times. They're against technology. So turns out a lot of people, regardless of their race, don't want to live around that sort of thinking. It has nothing to do with just black people. They don't want anybody from anywhere moving into these places. And that's why now they're up here scratching their head trying to figure out how they're going to keep their towns from dying, because all the older people are passing away and the young ones don't want to live there, and I don't blame them. And then these big organizations or these warehouses, they come to these small towns, and yeah, they offer jobs, but the people that live there still can't afford to live in these same towns that they make good money in. So yes, it is a big clusterfuck when po' boy mentality gets all over everything. That's why those towns are the way they are, mostly in the South, but it's all over the nation, but mostly in the South.
Hey, haven't been on air a while, but I got to thinking about something, and I think it's about something that we don't talk about a lot. Like, rural America's really dropped the ball for all of us in the United States. They can wear as many American flag bullshit as they want to. They can cheer on a genocide as much as they want to because they think it's going to bring on the second coming. Like, Jesus can be like, hey, yay, great. You guys allowed a genocide. Now I'm here for you, mother. But what I'm trying to say is, like, leaders of the community are like the preachers and stuff, because they have no culture, so they have to go to church. And a lot of the leaders of the community are not only preachers, but they're like leaders. They own businesses in those areas, and they would only survive in small areas to take advantage of all the other rubes. I'm related to some of them in my area. I know who the they are. Terrible people. So these rubes are being taken advantage of by other rubes, and that's a Republican Party in rural America, and they're us all. Peace the out.
Rural America, I hope you're watching. Farmers and ranchers, I hope you're watching, because you're being gaslit right out of existence. Hey guys, my name's Will. This is the Back 40, and let's talk about it. Nothing summarizes, nothing epitomizes, nothing represents the gaslighting that's happening to farmers and ranchers in rural America better than the Chinese trade deal that was announced today. Can you imagine a situation in rural America at any job you hold or on any farm and ranch in this country where you could be praised, lifted up, and put on a pedestal for creating a problem, blowing up the entire economy by creating that problem, backing away from your stance that created the problem, and in the end, claiming a victory because you had to back down? That's exactly what just happened today. In rural America, farmers and ranchers, I hope you're watching, because all of America is going to pay the price, but you're going to pay a very special price.
Only 2 states in the entire country voted unanimously across every county for the same presidential candidate. Trump won all the counties in Oklahoma, and Harris won all the counties in Massachusetts. And when you compare these states side by side, you really start to wonder why people aren't voting for Democrats. The all-Trump state of Oklahoma is 44th in education, 49th in healthcare, 44th in quality of life, and dead last 50th in test scores. And when you look at Massachusetts, they are 1st in education, 2nd in healthcare, 1st in quality of life, and 1st in test scores. Kind of hard to argue for Oklahoma here. And it's not just about who they voted for in the election. This is a Republican-run state, and these are the results of that Republican leadership. And this is a state run by Democrats, and those are the results of a state run by Democrats. And if you look at other red states, you'll find the same exact low-quality outcomes you see here. And if you look at other substantially blue states like Massachusetts, you'll see similar outcomes to what you see there, because Democratic policies work and Republican policies don't, because Republican policies go, I don't want to spend any money on anything, we're just going to hope it all works out. it doesn't. And Democratic places go, we need to spend money on basic infrastructure to support people. And what do you know? That works out.
65 years old and up shouldn't be working. You should be able to retire and go spend the rest of your life relaxing and doing what you like. But that's not the case. And even if you do retire and you saved money your whole life, that doesn't mean you can go travel the world like we always thought we could do when we were kids. If you got money in the bank and you retire, you have to save it. Social Security might pay you $3,000 a month. If you had a 401, that might pay you $2,000 a month if you're lucky. So you're having to downgrade your life, not retire and go enjoy your life and travel. You see 70-year-old people working. I work construction, and I see 70-plus-year-old men working with us. It shouldn't be that way. They can't stop working because they don't have the money to stop working. So that means they have to work till they're gone. Am I wrong?